Alrighty. Another day. Another day. What day even is it? That's crazy. I had no idea it was Friday. I thought it was like Wednesday or Thursday. That's how deep I am in this game. I don't know how I feel about that. Part of that is terrifying, that it's like the time's going so quickly that it's already Friday and that I didn't even realize it was Friday. But then I kind of like it because like it shows how, you know, like they say, time flies when you're having fun. Apparently time flies when you're battling Unity bugs as well. So great. No, I'm having fun. I have noticed a couple of issues though. There's definitely a few little quirks still with Unity 6, but I think I can work my way around them. Okay, let me just give you a little recap of what I've been doing behind the scenes. Just basically finishing off what I started yesterday. So remember when I set up these, I called these save pairs. So I basically created a class called keyval. Keyval stores a string key and a string value so that we can store the data in a similar format to how it's stored in the cloud. And then I also made sure that on enable we get warned if the name of the key is different from the name of the game object. That's just a personal thing. That's on, and also I made it so that I think this was a good idea. It's both a good idea and a bad idea, and I'll tell you why. I also made it so that if this object gets enabled, it automatically updates its key and its value that's stored in the object over to the server. So all I have to do is just activate these objects when I want to update information. I'll explain why that's both a good thing and a bad thing. So it's a good thing because it makes it kind of easy, right? It's just like I just need to activate an object. I only need to update what I need to update when I need to update it, which is nice. But it's kind of bad because I don't know why it was happening. Again, I think it's a little Unity bug. But for player character, obviously I went in and I put the code in on the character select. So once the player confirms their character on a new game, that would be this here on confirm. So what we do is we input action callback context on confirm, and we activate. This is us activating the object there for player character. So we basically inject the player character, which is this, the one they selected, into this object, and then we set active to false and then true. I don't need the false part, but it's just good practice, because the reason that's good practice is if you leave an object on and then you tell it to turn on, it won't do anything because it's already on. But if you turn it off and then on, then it triggers the on enable on the script no matter what state it's in. Now, I already told the object to disable itself, so unless something went wrong, I shouldn't need the false. But again, it's just to be extra safe. Then we go and set our character up, turn the third-person controller on and get the character ready for use. We have to go and activate all the missing snowmen because of the way they were set up. And that was basically it. But what was happening for some stupid reason, confirm is the same button as jump in the game, and also it's confirm like across dialogue sections. And what I noticed is every single time I was pressing confirm after I made that change and the game was running, it was saving the player character over and over and over again. And I'm like, well, what the hell's going on? Because I checked and it was the game object. So I went and disabled the keyval component, and sure enough, the game object went on and then stayed on because the script couldn't turn it off. So that I could see it was definitely the object. Well, it had to be, because this is the only way I do any saving in the game is through these objects. So I knew it had to be those objects. So then I tried to find which script was doing it, and sure enough, it was this script. But this script was, this is why it was weird, right? This script was off we clearly say this .game object set active false. So unless there's something weird happening with like input action callback contexts that they can run them even when the script's turned off, I don't know. It's really weird. So what I did is I set up a little bool. So that's why it's kind of bad as well, because if you had dozens of scripts activating these objects, it can get tricky figuring out which script is turning that object on, right? So maybe this is a learning thing for me. So maybe what I should have done, this isn't a bad idea actually. If I wanted to update the script now, probably what I should do is record a string This is not a bad idea, actually. I could add a public string called last enabled by, and then just make it practice so that whenever I activate these objects from a script, I also pass the name of the script and the component and whatever else to this string here, last enabled by. So at least then it would make it easier to debug and figure out, well, hang on, what the hell is turning this object on? I'm not going to do that for this game, but that's probably not a bad idea in the future if you have a more complicated game and you want to do it this way. I would probably recommend doing something like that, because it was a bit of a pig to even just confirm that it was that script that was doing it. But yeah, it was kind of weird, because like I said, there's no reason the script should have been doing it, because the script was disabled, it was turned off, but it was still doing it, so it was really weird. So the way I worked around it was, as you can see, I put a bool saying confirmed, and we set it to false. And once the player has confirmed their character selection, so we know we're no longer in the character select screen, I make sure that if unconfirmed, we do all this, because this was happening every single time I pressed jump, which happens to be the same button as confirm. At least on the controller it does. I don't think it was doing it on mouse, but it was definitely doing it on controller. So I don't know, and that seems to have fixed it. But yeah, weird. So that's the bad side of doing things like this, I guess. But there's a good solution that I just came up with, right? What I should, if you've got a lot of these and you're worried about what's turning them on, probably a good practice just to, you know, store a string last enabled by, and then every time you activate one of these game objects, just make sure your script records, hey, it was me, by the way, it was the character controller or whatever it was. And then you can just look on the object and say, oh, okay, what the hell's turning this on? And you can look on the object and it might say, you know, it might say booby slider. It might say boob slider script, and then you know, all right, it's the boob slider script that's doing that. Oh, let me go fix that. So that might be not a bad idea. Of course, it shouldn't be in value. It should be in the new field. I don't know what it is. What's with me and the boob jokes recently? I have no idea. I think I need. You know what it is? It's withdrawal. That's what it is. It's withdrawal from all those Kuma gacha games. That's what it is. Right. Going from anime jiggle withdrawal. I made a little logo yesterday. Looks pretty nice on cool text, and that logo is for a new menu, which is what we'll be working on today. Yeah, anyway, I went and so let me show you. So hopefully we still get UID 4. So this is quite nice now. Yes, we've still got UID 4. So let me start a new game first, and you'll see what. So now it will remember the character. So let's say we want to be Iron Mouse. Okay. And we know it remembers targets because I did that live on stream yesterday. But now it does so much more. So let me... It basically does, I think, everything that's in the game at the moment. Every sense of progression in the game at the moment. Right. So targets is one thing. Another thing is snowmen. So these are snowmen. And basically, once you've talked to the snowman, he goes back to where he was supposed to be originally because he ran off. And you get one sense of progression towards the missing snowmen, right? So if you find all of Miku's missing snowmen, you get a little cutscene. So let's just make note of what we did. So we hit that target in front of the yellow van, and we returned that snowman to the left of Miku. And our current objective is to meet with Michi. So let's remember that. Our best friend is Michi, and we need to go meet her now. So let's go meet Michi. And you can see in debug what's saving, because at the moment everything debugs when it saves, just so that I can keep an eye on things. So we get our cutscene, and then we're asked to buy hot dogs from the van. Buy some snacks from the van. So let's say, oh no, dinner's ready. Little Timmy, dinner's ready. Make sure you shut your computer off. Make sure you shut your computer off, Timmy. Oh no, I'm playing a game. Timmy, turn that computer off. Yes, ma'am. Timmy stomps back up. Oh my god, we'll have to do all that again now. Loads the game again. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. I already picked my character. I already did the conversation with iMouse. I found a snowman. I hit a target. Wait, what's this? Continue. Buy some snacks from the van. That's exactly where I left it off. Well, isn't that amazing? So there you go. You'll notice our position got updated as well. So what I do is, and we can check our values here. So this is what I was doing last night. We haven't done game settings yet, I'm still working on the menu. So it remembered that we picked player character 4, which happens to be Iron Mouse. It remembered the order of our opponents, and the last opponent is Michi, which happens to be our best friend. And sure enough, Michi is now here waiting for us. Exactly where we left her. We are up to the buy some snacks from the van objective, which is exactly where we're up to before. And our position was updated, so there's our position and rotational data. And our objective was number 3. And we hit city target number 2, and we found missing snowman number 1. And so if we go back to the yellow van, there's the yellow van, there's the snowy target. We can see that we've hit that one already. So everything's working perfectly. And if we go next to Miku, we'll see the snowman's there that we found. How cool is that? We didn't have to do anything as a player. We just reloaded the game. It did it all for us. So that is really sick. I'm really happy with that. It took a fair bit of work, but we got there in the end. Yeah, so now we can just continue, and anytime we make any kind of progress, it all gets synced to the server. So I started working on menu because the only thing left to do now in cloud, the only one we haven't touched is game settings. And yeah, there will be some settings such as, like, if you pick controller. So here's the weird thing about web builds. Web builds detect the gamepad as something like a web gamepad or something like that, regardless of whether it's Xbox or PlayStation. So in the Windows build, my Windows build, or in the editor, it knows whether you're using a DualSense controller or an Xbox controller or mouse and keyboard, which is how I've managed to auto-detect the interface to show the player. But that breaks in WebGL because WebGL detects all gamepads as like a web gamepad. So what I've done to work around it is, if you select gamepad in the menu, it asks you to press a button on your gamepad so that we activate it. And then it has a little option to say which scheme do you want to use. And it shows you PlayStation icons and it shows you Xbox icons. At the moment, my game doesn't make note of that or do anything with it, but that's the plan. And when we restore our game, you know, I would imagine the player's probably still using the same type of controller they were using last time. But this is something we can put in settings as well anyway. So yeah, looking good. So I started putting together a menu for some of this stuff. Menu. Beautiful menu. Looks pretty good, actually. I don't know. Yeah. The icons are a bit. I don't know. It looks about as good as looks about as good as it can for now. Everything's custom textured as well, but I don't know. Maybe it's the button. I think it's the button texture that. It's both the button texture and this weird font thing. What I might want to do is make graphical, but we'll see how much time we get. We still got like 2 months yet. For now, this is fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I said it looks good. It looks acceptable. I don't think that looks very good. The buttons look a bit ass. I like the snow thing that I did. I thought that was a good idea. So I went and made some snow for it. And I like the idea of having icons for each name. And I like this little fan layout that I made. But what I don't like is they look a bit. They look too square. First issue is they look too square. Well, actually, that's the main issue, I think, and I'm not sure about these colors. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can fix that. Because surely, if I just change this and round this off. Rounded rectangle. Where are you? I need you in my life. You round off the dangerous corners so I don't cut my princess hands. Okay. It kind of goes over there, doesn't it? That's okay. Very roundy and bubbly. Looks better than the square. I don't like the square. I don't want to be square. I want to be a cool boy. I don't want to be known as the square. Streamer pulling out my hair. Woohoo! Hey, not yet, we're not. Thank God. Okay, what is going on with this? Which part is... Why, Adobe? Why do you do things? Why are you so weird? Adobe, why are you so weird? You're such a little weirdo. If I drag my rect and fill the button, I expect my rect to be where I dragged my rect, but instead you put it inside. Why you like this, Adobe? Seriously, why you like this? Can I resize it now at least? Create rounded rectangle. Radius is the roundiness. I should say roundiness. I like that. What does from center do? I don't know. Doesn't do much, does that? So I need to make it bigger than... Wait, what? That made a new one. What the fuck? I want another one. How many did you want to make me? I only wanted one. 3 of them? The hell? Okay, what if I make my rect outside of the thing? Will you put it inside of there? Adobe, no. Okay, that's better. Now I think we can adjust things like roundiness after the fact, which is good. I don't know, because I'm not getting any options now. Surely I can. I don't want that. I want to adjust the roundiness, goddammit. Blending options, copy CSS. I would have expected it to come here. Do I have to select the tool again? But that's... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's going to be too much, but I just want to make... Ooh. Wait, that's... Wait. Is that not radius? No, it's not radius. Well, I don't know what that was. Oh, that must be the gap. Oh, it must be trying to do like a border. The line. This is this line, I think. You cross the line. You cross the line, Adobe. You cross the line. There's my roundiness. There we go. So if I want 40 roundiness. It doesn't do anything. That literally did nothing. Why is it there then? That's not... Is that for a new one? Why would it change that one? Oh, Adobe, honestly. How many times do I have to beat you before you learn, huh? How many times do I have to chastise you and beat you and strip you naked before you learn? I just don't know. It's just ridiculous. All right, okay, we've got a nice roundiness now. I think I'm happy with that. So if I rasterize that, turn it Jamaican. Rasterize Farai. Rasterize. Shut up. Okay, now we've got that selection, we can invert this selection. And we can select this layer, and we can say, boom, get out of here, you no good piece of turd. And that's very aggressive. Don't say things like that. That's so aggressive. And then maybe we could give it like a shadow now. I don't know. It needs something, doesn't it? To liven it up. It's just so dull. What about a big fat chunky shadow? How about that? Yeah, I guess. I don't like this texture. Even though I spent ages on this texture, and it looks like ass. It really does. It looks like absolute ass. I don't like the color. Adjust levels. I tried to add like a frosty look at the top. Snow covers some of that, so I suppose it doesn't really matter that much. It's way too dark and dismal. It's like Wuthering Waves. This is Wuthering Waves. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting... There we go. It's getting a bit more. There we go. Oh, now it looks more frosty, which is what I was going for. Alright, what about hue and saturation? Invite them to the party and see what they can do for us. I don't want to look too, like... Like, bright and colourful's the way, you know? Okay, and maybe we could put some, like, little frosticles or something. I don't know. We'll see what that looks like first. Get out of here. Get out of my sight, you hideous button. Oh, that looks so much better. Oh, look at that. Doesn't that look so much better? That looks so much better. And then because these are just text mesh with a solid color, they look so dull. I don't know what it is. Is it the font? Is it the color? I think it's everything. It's everything. You know when you just... It reminds me of that Lara Croft line from the Tomb Raider movie. You know when you just wake up and hate everything? Yeah, that's any day that ends in Y. What happens if we change the font? Yeah, it looks better actually. I thought a nice thin font would look good, but the thicker one looks much better. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no, get out of it. No, that one was the best one. The bold one. Okay, so that looks a million times better already. Thick, chunky, round buttons. Now I'm liking it. Now we can exchange numbers. You know. Now we can exchange numbers. What else? Can I change the texture? Like, is there a way to insert an image into that so it's not so freaking solid? Give it some kind of gradient or something. Or does text mesh not support that? Oh, here we go. 2D texture. Okay. I'm listening. So what if we do to make a new image? There we go. It's the right kind of shape that I want. Make a new layer. Because we're applying colors directly in the editor, I need a range of grays to work with. And then the colors are what they are. Okay, and let's see what sort of interesting effects we can get. I think a vertical gradient is probably the way to go. Just trying various things out until I see what I like. What if we went diagonal? Because everything's kind of slightly at an angle, maybe. That's kind of interesting. But I just want a bit more white in there, you know? It's so hard to freaking line these things up. You know what? Here's what we should do. I hate these gradients. Give me a 600 by 600. There. Now I can make the direction that I want, and I can move it where I want then. I want more white than that. Not that much. Yes, that's what I want. Okay. Now go into here and we can move that where we want it. We could even rotate it if we wanted. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Ooh, can we though? Because the width is the width of the thing. That looks pretty good, I think. Alright, let's see what we get. Oh, excuse me, my nose is itchy again. Oh my god. Like sinus problems. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. So let's call this menu text. Texture. Makes sense. Okay. Then let's highlight all of our texts and inject this heroin. Texture. Text. There we go. Didn't see any change, did you? I literally didn't see any change. Softness. Killing me softly with texture. Killing me softly with texture. I don't see any difference. There is some, okay, I guess there is a little bit of. Yeah, there's a bit of variation in there. It's just not that noticeable. Alright, it still looks better than it did. We'll keep working on it. Figure it out. It looks better than it did. Main thing I care about is this one here. Settings. Well, we can wire these up. We've already got a new game function. That's really easy. So they're already buttons, so we can wire up the button side of things. I need to add controller support for all my buttons in this as well. But we won't worry about that just yet. Okay, it would be nice to actually call these things that make sense. So let's call this button new. Snow, we don't care about it. We don't change the icon. we're not going to change the text either. Yeah, all I really need to is the names of the buttons. So this is button switch. Try not to get sued by Nintendo. This one is button link. Again, we'll be getting sued by Nintendo there as well. Did Nintendo own all the words in the dictionary? Set? They don't own that one, right? They don't own set. Tonight announced a new Mario has a new friend, Set-chan. Cred. Alright. So we've got new, switch, link, set, and cred. So we know which one is which. When I woke up, I thought of a new button as well, but I can't remember what it was. What was it? That might need... I can't remember what it was. I don't know. Let's just worry about what we've got. It would be nice to put a little bit of an animation on this, I think. So we could just kind of rock it diagonally. So let's go into my... I'll put my UI animations in UI, I guess. What am I doing? Animation controller. Menu title. And I'm just going to rock it slightly. Alright, we start with like 3 degrees. By -3 degrees. I'm -3 degrees. Shoulders, toes, and knees. I'm -3 degrees. This isn't a karaoke stream. Maybe it is, actually. I need something that sets me apart, you know, like Thor does stuff a bit like this. He doesn't make Unity games though. But Thor does, like, you know, dev streams, but he doesn't sing while he does it. Maybe I can be the guy who sings while he codes. Hear my majestic voice singing while I code. I'm trying to gain viewers, not lose them. Alright, I don't know. Well, I mean, it does, at least it looks alive. Is it the speed? I think that's alright. The speed's okay. I've changed my mind. Alright, here's why I've changed my mind. Check it out. Because this menu, fans, right, that looks obscure. And I noticed there while it was rocking. So this one has, I think, 4 degrees. Yeah, it has 4 degrees. So this is 0. This is 2. This is 4. So if we make this one 6, it kind of adds to the fanning of the UI. You see what I mean? I think that looks better. I think that looks so much better. Because now it follows like the fan shape, you see? See, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I definitely like that actually. So what I'll do then is I'll make it so the animation does something else. So we could do scale. So we could put a key there. I'll tell you what's sometimes nice, what I like to do sometimes when no one's watching, is I like to just do the top and then put it down and do the side and then put it back down. And then you get this kind of... I think that's too fast. Something's not right with that. Yeah, okay, so that's supposed to come back down. Where? So that, let's have a look at my little nodes. Right, what sometimes, if your animation's not doing what you want it to do, give it a good spanking. No, don't do that. What you should do is put your, what I find easier is if we put our nodes at specific intervals. So I'm using the 10 intervals now. So we go from 0 to 10 to 20 to 30. And the reason why is then you can check what's happening between 0 and 10. Okay, the height goes. Then what happens, see, this is where it's wrong. What I want it to do is I want it to go up and then I want it to squish back down. So now we know we can shift these nodes along 10 because we're going to need a new one. And the new one is that. And then we can, because we can always scale it separately, right? So now we can check it and it's up and then back down and then it's wide. And it's doing something weird here on the last node. So that last node should be that one where it resets back to the first node. And that should loop much better. Yeah, that's much better. That's what I wanted. And if it's too fast now, basically just grab all of these nodes and you'll get these little things at the end that you can stretch out so you can just sort of speed it however you want. It's still a bit fast. So let's just zoom out a little bit. Could be a little bit faster. Let's do 2 seconds. Yeah, I think I like that. All right, so now we need some kind of code for the menu or whatever. So the main thing I need is settings. I need to think about what needs to be in settings. I have a list of settings that need to be changed somewhere. Here we go. I'm always making notes. Okay, so under settings, so there you go. You'll see here it's just I haven't used the same terminology, but this is basically my menu here from memory. So I knew I wanted new game. I knew I wanted switch account. So I said switch UID. And I wanted to bind account. So bind account is link UID. Settings is there and credits is there. I did that from memory, actually. I didn't even look at this. But I did make a note under settings of things that I've been thinking about that need to be in here. So look sensitivity is one. Oh, and actually, there's something I want to do with that. Okay. So Jibbity actually made a mistake when I... Jibbity made a mistake? No, never. That would never happen. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it did. So here's what I did, right? I said to Jibbity when I first started putting the controls together, let me just close these. There's way too many of these open right now. Oh. How many scripts does this game even have right now? I don't even want to look at it. Way too many. So actually, if I remember correctly, I think we made changes to the third-person controller from starter assets. So if I go into starter assets, I think we made the changes directly to the third-person controller, if I remember correctly. Scripts, third-person controller. So basically what happened is I was trying to test the gamepad because I always play on the gamepad, and there was an issue with sensitivity where I was holding, I didn't think it was working at all at first. The sensitivity was so low that I would basically, I thought look wasn't working at all. But what it was is, as I had my look to max on the controller, it was slowly moving a couple of pixels a second, right? That's how slow it was. It was insane. So I was like, okay, Jibbity, I need to increase my sensitivity on my look in my controller. How do I do that? And Jibbity gave me this code. You can tell it's Jibbity's code because it has more comments than code. Good God. Well, in this case, it maybe helps us out. So at first it gave me these values here. So ignore this. It didn't give me this at first. It only gave me this. And once I set it to a value, yeah, once I set it to the value, and you can see how ridiculous, how many, now I will admit these do need turning down a little bit. Let's make that one 250. And try it 120. And sure enough, it fixed my gamepad sensitivity. But then my mouse, like if you blink next to the mouse, it spins the camera out like a Kamala Harris supporter at this year's election. I don't know. I was trying to tell a joke. You know, the spinning out because Trump won. I thought it was funny. Continue is fine. Oh, that does feel a little bit better. I do like my sensitivity high on my gamepad though. Other people might not. So anyway, it gave me separate settings for the mouse, right? And you can see here separate settings for the mouse. But look what happens when I move my mouse. If I move my mouse just a tiny little bit, it's like way too sensitive. If I wanted to use the mouse right now, this would be unplayable. So I told it this, and Jibbity gave me separate values for mouse sensitivity, but they don't work. So let's just change those values and rerun it. As far as I could tell, they're not working. Yep, still the same sensitivity. We just turned it down and it's still the same sensitivity on mouse. So clearly these aren't working. So I know it says is current device mouse. Okay, so did it write a function for is current device mouse? I don't think that's a Unity thing, is it? Maybe it is. Oh, here it is. Is current device mouse get return input player input dot current control scheme equals keyboard mouse. Okay, so I've got my own system to handle that actually. Let me just get rid of that. All I need is access to my system manager. So let's just do that instead. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't like this. Well, it's not working, so but I know where we can fix it outside of the script if we want to. So the way mine's going to work is I'm going to access my system controller. I'm going to declare it as system. And then on awake, I'm just going to tell it where system is. System is game object find core get component system. And I started doing this on my last game, my gacha game. Something I've always wanted to do, and since I've started doing it, I'm never going back now because it just makes things so much easier. So here's my system manager. So if you look, I create a game object called core. I create a system manager. My system manager basically links all the important things, and then I just nest it out, right? So I have a control system, which is a child of system manager. So I tell it what control system is. And then the reason I do this is now all I need is my system manager, and I can get to anything through the system manager. So I can just say, so rather than like link a million things in the inspector, I can just, it's like almost like a web address system, right? So here I can say, instead of equals is current device mouse. Okay, I am going to need a bool, I guess. Yeah, rather than mess with the structure there, I will just make a I'll default it to true. Why doesn't it like that? Cannot convert method group to non-delegate type bool. Where? How did Jibbity do it then? Was that not a normal Boolean function? Cannot convert method group is current device mouse to non-delegate type bool. Oh, I must have been using some kind of like input context bullshit. Okay, I am going to have to restructure that because I don't know how it's doing that. That's not how I do things. So we'll just put it in if statements because if mouse do not multiply by time delta for gamepad, use delta time multiplier. What? So I assume that's true. And that's false. That's true and that's false. Okay, so instead we can say if system control scheme equals KBM, then these are our mouse, else these are our gamepad. So our mouse was float sensitivity. We need to declare our floats regardless. So we'll do float sensitivity X. Just copy that. We'll declare float sensitivity Y. Fancy schmancy code from Jibbity, but if it doesn't work, then it doesn't matter how fancy it is, does it? And then we basically say sensitivity X equals mouse sensitivity X. And sensitivity Y equals mouse sensitivity Y. Okay. Okay, that takes care of that bit. And in this bit is if, so we want to float delta time multiplier declaration as well. And if keyboard and mouse, that wants to equal 1.0 f delta else for gamepad it wants to equal time dot delta time. Not sure why. And so now we've got that variable already. Boop. Okay, let's try that. These are ridiculously low on purpose, just to make sure it's working. All right, let's try that. So at least the default settings aren't insane, right? But then we're going to give the player the option to change them anywhere. I think that might be. Gamepad feels great. Mouse still feels too sensitive, but I don't think it's as sensitive as it was. So I think that is taking effect, actually. It's a little bit too sensitive, though. Again, I just want to see if this is actually working. Look at the difference with those. The difference between those values is insane, though. It doesn't seem right to me. Why the heck would those be the default sensitivity differences between gamepad and mouse? It's weird. Like 1,000 times difference. Yeah, that's definitely being applied because now that's like super low sensitivity. So my code, what have we learned? We've learned that I'm a better coder than ChatGPT. Put that on my CV. It's not really that much of an achievement, to be honest. Okay, I'll try 0.8f as like a default value, I think. Still a little. Yeah, it's still a little high, I think. 6. Probably going to be 0.5 or something. But that's insane, right? For mouse, it's 0.6 or 0.5 for a comfortable setting. For gamepad, it's like 200. That doesn't add up. That's insane. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that feels good. I mean, I'm not a keyboard mouse player. Definitely not. But now it feels playable. Even that might be a little too sensitive, but we can let them. Maybe 0.5 is better. We can allow them to put their own values in now. Well, when I finish coding it. That was actually making me feel a little bit dizzy. I think 0.5 is probably the better one. Let's try it at 0.5. Yeah, 0.5, even 0.5 is kind of more than enough. Yeah, that seems fine for default settings. So at least now we have separate settings for gamepad sensitivity and separate settings for mouse sensitivity. So it's important as well that when we present the options to the player, we should make sure we detect the settings. What's up?
I said good morning.
Oh, good morning. Yeah, morning. Oh, so I haven't said morning yet, have I? Oh.
Sorry, I'm talking.
No, sorry. I'm just trying to. I've got a million things to think about in these things. That's why I like it though. Oh, a little stretch. Oh. I didn't realise it was Friday today. That's how pretty deep in this I've been. I thought it was like Wednesday or Thursday.
When you're on routine, you don't do it. Every day's a bloody same, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, they're good days though. Right, so yeah, so I don't know how we're gonna handle that because see, I'm a bit of a weirdo. I know that's hard to believe. But for example, right, on an auto switch game like this, where input scheme is just whatever you happen to be using at the time, I tend to navigate menus with the mouse because I just find it quicker and easier. But once I'm in game, I like to be on the gamepad. So I'll sort of like swap between control schemes all the time because I just prefer to do it that way. Some things are better with the mouse and some things are better with the gamepad. So I will alternate input schemes. Like in Star Rail, that's a good example. I'll do that. I'll sort of when I'm doing my mat up, normally when I'm doing material upgrades and stuff like that, and I'm clicking in menus and in inventories. Yeah, a lot of the UI stuff I'm doing with the mouse because it's just so much easier than using the gamepad. But then once I'm in game, I don't want to see that mouse. I want to be in the game and I want to be immersed. So I grab my gamepad again. So the reason I'm thinking about that is if I design this the wrong way, right, in my menu, it could be a pain in the ass for the player. So here's an example, right? Let's get rid of these. So let's say when I get to settings, right, I detect which input is being used and then I offer those sensitivity settings and only those. That would piss me off as a player because it would force me to grab my gamepad to adjust my gamepad sensitivity settings, which I might not necessarily want to do. Because I might prefer menus with a mouse. So I think the solution is to show both, no matter what control scheme is being used. And that way, if you're adjusting settings with the mouse, you can still adjust your gamepad settings with the mouse. So I think that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Okay, I just turned it to fucking Punch and Judy. Look, anything can happen when you're making these games, right? You can turn into Punch and Judy. You can start singing out of nowhere. It's just insane. You never know what to expect. These are exciting days. Definitely exciting days. Okay, so we've got our menu and our background there. What does that do if I turn that off? That's all that. Yeah, so what I'll probably do is make this main menu, and then we can bloop. And then do settings like that. And make them like that. So we're gonna have settings here. So let's go to my favorite website ever. I don't know if it's my favorite website ever, but it's a cool website, cooltext.com. And let's make a little settings header. What do I like? What do I like? Kind of like that ozone. Shut up. I'm not sure on the font. Yeah, I don't like the font. All right, let's change the font then. Fun! Let's see the fun fonts. to zoom in because I'm getting old. Ren and Stimpy, God, I don't want to get sued. I mean, the rest of the game, I actually quite like that one. But the rest of the game has, now that I've seen it, I actually don't. Drug? What the hell are drug fonts? Gobbledygook. I don't want to see those. I'm scared. Okay, let's go back to fun. Where's fun gone? There it is. Oh my god, stars. Some great names. The rest of the game has a very sans serif kind of theme to it. It's often good to stick to a theme, right? As if you went for like, if you were going for like a Skyrim or like an old English, you know, King Arthur type font, and then you suddenly went with Nervous on your settings page, it might be a bit jarring. It might look a bit out of theme. So in the same vein, you might want to stick to a similar looking thing that we've picked. I don't really see anything in here that I like that sticks to the same kind of style that I've already gone with. Maybe fun ain't the way. Maybe our games, maybe we're not allowed to have fun. Settings is serious business. Settings is serious business, and we're not allowed to have any fun apparently. Mr. Bubble. Okay, I'm gonna go to sans serif then. Let's go back. Where's sans serif? 141. Orbitron. Droid sans. Play. Sensation. Maybe. None of these are really screaming at me. I don't want wellies. That is so Bioshock. That's the most Bioshock font I've ever seen. That is literally Bioshock. Man, I'm really not having any luck with. What about Quamic Sans? I don't know why I'm agonizing so much over this. I want it to look good, you know. I'm not liking any of these. Amaranth. Let's have some Amaranth. Actually, that one looks pretty good. There you go. Saved by Amaranth or whatever her fucking name is. There you go. All the Kumas look like that one. And I could go for like could add some extra colour like outlines to it or something. Let's have a look at the menu. What does the menu look like again? Yeah, blue might blend in with the rest of the blue, so maybe we don't want blue. A good trick as well. Here's a good little trick. sometimes what I like to do is if you just want to, because we need to know what it looks like against the background, right? So if we grab our snipping tool, just get a little snippy snip. Need to make it bigger though. There you go. Now we can get a feel for what that's gonna look like. You see what I mean about the blue? The blue is a bit I've got a stupid gizmo. Let's get that again without the gizmo on it. I don't want to turn into a gremlin. Because now I can hue saturate and get a... The red looks pretty good. It is amaranth after all. Yeah, I like the red actually. The red's not bad. The red's probably the best. Or a yellow. Yellow's a bit gaudy. That one's not bad. It's kind of like a cross between a reddy and a pinky. That one that falls in line more with our color scheme. But if we stick with the alternate, because I think I want to stick with the alternate button color scheme at least for now. So if I do that, I don't think it should be the same color as the other buttons. I think it should be its own color. I still kind of like the red. Or is it a bit too close to the pink? God, I really am agonizing over every single choice today, aren't I? Okay, and then we could make it pop a little bit more by giving it like a black outline. It looks pretty good actually. How is that only one? That's not 1 pixel. That's weird. Or I could go for like a bevel. The bevel in the shadow looks pretty good actually. I think the bevel in the shadow looks about the best for now. You're gonna hate me, but I'm not liking the font anymore. But I'm not gonna. I'll do this off stream. I'll change it off stream. I don't know. I'm not sold on the font still, but it'll do for now. We can change this later. You can put some snow on the top of it. Okay, let's just wire it up for now. We'll worry about that later. Right, okay, whatever. So this one is going to be menu settings. Oh, that was the background. Oops! It's this one. There we go. Oh, it looks much better now, though. Now that I'm liking that much better now. Yeah, now that I've sort of, because we have this fan thing, which I'll probably stick with this. I don't know if I can actually. But anyway, like just slightly at an angle and stuff. I don't know. I'm liking that a lot more than I did in Photoshop when I was seeing it straight in Photoshop. Now it's got a bit of a twist on it. It looks a lot better, I think. All right. So let's get our list of bullshit. Right, so look sensitivity, we need to show both gamepad. We might need to use touch as well. Oh, that's something I need to have a look at, actually. But first I need to get it onto GitHub before I can even load it in the Android emulator. Right, so here's my GitHub. So I've got a winter thing here. Just delete that one. Put the new build in. By the way, my build, I checked the size of it yesterday. It's like 55 megabytes. That's insane. The whole game as it stands is like, it's like 55 meg. It's like, that's crazy. That's probably like, that's probably about the same size as my Match 3 Paimon game. Absolutely insane. Whatever, 66. It doesn't matter what I type in, to be honest. Because I would assume that the touch joystick... So let's have a look. See, the reason we never see it... Let me just get into a game. Stop yawning! Okay. I need to go get a coffee. Actually, I'll do that. That would be really nice. I need to get like a tea or a coffee or something. I'll go get one in a sec. A cup of coffee would be nice, actually, this morning. What am I doing? I'm literally losing my mind. Okay, I just wanted to find that so that I can get back into the game. Because we have... So we have touch controls. Oh my god, stop yawning. I can't, I need to stretch first. I need this coffee. Right, I'm really going to have to go get this coffee. Unless you want to watch me yawn and stretch and be this like zombie. Streamer, which is exactly what I feel like right now. Right, so I haven't even changed them at all. So some things, that makes sense that some things automatically turning them off. Jesus Christ. My eyes! It's because I can't get... Because Friday is bathroom cleaning day, you see, so I haven't had a chance to go in and wash my face and clean my eyeballs. I normally scoop my eyeballs out every morning and give them a little rinse around in the sink and then stick them back in. I so wish I could do that. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, so that's probably why my eyes are like, oh my god. Wash me. But I'll get in there in a bit and I'll get a cup of coffee. I think it's probably my control system that's turning that off, I would guess. This is why I make little things for everything. So there you go. We do have touch controls that came with the starter assets inputs, and as you can see, I literally haven't touched them yet because I don't really know how they work, what they do. I mean, obviously I know how they work, but I don't know if they're working with my thing. Jesus Christ. Right, I need to go get this coffee because if I yawn anymore at the camera, I may swallow it whole like Moby Dick or something. Oh. So the reason the touch controls are disabled whenever I run this is because my control scheme tries to figure out whether we're on mobile or not. And if we're on mobile, if we're not on mobile, it hides those touch controls because we don't want them in the way, basically. Now that GitHub should have updated my website, the only way for me to test touch controls really is to get it on there. And if I can just get to my desktop, there it is, Nox. And I have an Android emulator, Nox, which has a web browser in it. Now, last time I tried it on here, the touch controls weren't... I successfully managed to show them on mobile, but they weren't interacting, let's say. So what was happening is you were touching the screen, and just touching the screen was rotating the camera, but it wasn't rotating the joystick. So trying to actually interact with the joystick, right? I've closed it now. What? That must have been Nox telling me that. For data security, please back up your data. Shut up. Security security. Alright, is this going to load the live version for me? It takes a month to do anything. Right, well there's my game when it looked like that. Remember when it looked like that? I remember when it looked like that. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. It might load that version actually because it caches. Yeah, there you go. This is what it used to look like. This is what the game used to look like. And the interesting thing is the joystick. Okay, maybe this is what it was doing and what it does in the new version as well. So, okay, what is happening? I think this is what it was doing. So the joystick interacts, but my character doesn't move off of it. And also, as we move the joystick, it's actually moving the camera, but this joystick is what should move the camera. So the way it should work is this should move the character, and this should move the camera, which clearly isn't what is happening. But this was this was my very first version of the game, which was basically just me getting controls up and running and bringing the characters in. But if we force refresh that now, how do you force refresh on Android? Is it that one? No, I want to force refresh, you son of a bitch. How do I do that? Android's the worst for caching shit. It's such a pain in the ass. I remember reading about how to do this. This is why I hate testing on Android. I hate it so much. How do you refresh on here? This is so ridiculous. Long press? That's history. Long press on here? I don't understand how you're supposed to do this on Android. This is so ridiculous. The only way I know how is to go into settings, to go into site settings, to go into data stored if that fucking blue thing gets out my way. Delete all data. Delete. It still doesn't actually delete data, by the way. But that normally lets me close this window, open it again. It's such a pain. Everything's such a pain in the ass on Android. And this normally gets it to load the new version. I don't think it is, though. Or maybe it is. Okay, maybe it is. I didn't realize I still had the Unity loading screen. I suppose I would, because this would just be the newest build. It's because I never see it load on PC, that's why. Alright. Also that's not supposed to say load UID there. It's supposed to say load UID there. We'll fix that later. That should just say new game still. And this should say touch. So clearly it's not. Okay, they're actually coming up in the menu. That might be a good sign, actually. So that's not registering as left and right inputs then. So I don't even know how the hell would I select my character on here now. So I can't even select my character on mobile currently. Yeah, so I need to figure out. I'm guessing these touch controls will have their own sensitivity settings as well, but I think those can be separate, right? Because if you're stuck on mobile, right, you're never going to need access to like gamepad or keyboard and mouse settings. I know you can technically connect gamepads to phones, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to support that. I can barely get the freaking thing to work at all on mobile. I mean, it's working. I need to understand how this needs to be set up, basically. But yeah, I need to figure mobile out. It's such a nightmare to me. Right now, I can't even select my character on here because I've got no way to confirm or move my select character left or right. I think here actually on gamepad, the way it should work, I feel like intuitively the way I would want this to work, let's say, is I would want to be able to swipe left and right on the screen. I'd want to do a swipe left, swipe left, swipe left until I want the one I want, and then I just tap the character that I want. That's how I would want it to work. I don't want this ugly ass joystick on this screen. I could put left and right buttons, but I feel like intuitively the way I would want this to work is I swipe left and right through the characters, and then when I'm happy, I just tap the character, and then I'm in the game. So we've got all that to figure out. Joy. Yeah, we might look at that. But in terms of like what sensitivity settings do we need, I think we will need some touchpad sensitivity, which is for this thing. But that does not need to be presented on PC. That's going to be like mobile only. All right, let me go make a coffee and wash my face and whatnot. So let's get our Be Right Back screen up.
Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. I'm Placelia, your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started.
Wait, why didn't she play the music? No, I did it too quick, I think. It's stuck on some kind of fade out thing. Oh crap. Let me find you some music. YouTube. I don't want to get done in. I need like royalty-free music. Genshin music works because I know Genshin music won't get me into trouble. Let's do Genshin OST. Alright, I'm just gonna go make a coffee. Wash my face. We're back. I got a little muffin as well. A little muffin. So even the touch thing wasn't working. I'm just not sure what my number one priority is. See, I'm disappointed.
On Twitch, Alexandria says, "Hey Cappy, how is the day going?"
Hello, Alexandria. How are you? My day's going okay. We're just getting started. Yeah, it's okay. Got a lot of things to do, but my God, it's coming along so well. Really happy with how things are right now. Mobile's a whole other ball game, but the thing about mobile, so this is what I wanted to just bring up now, right? Even the most basic thing, which is detecting whether we're on mobile in the first place, that's not entirely true though, because, okay, I just need to fully understand what works and what doesn't. Are you going to load? God, mobile Android is such a pain in the butt. It really is. This thing's like 55 megabytes. I feel so sorry for Pika. I can't imagine what his experience must be like. Right? Let me just show you what it's like. This is my website.
Thinking how disappointing Frisha is LUL.
Were you? Right, let me show you what it's like on PC. This is PC on my website right now. Did I put it in builds? Did I just put it in winter? I just put it in winter. Right, here, there you go. You see how Android's struggling? Android's still trying to load. There you go, we're in. Just like that. Yeah, I need to... Okay, that's a bug. That's supposed to be there. But other than that... Okay, and we're in. Gamepad. Everything. Meanwhile... over on Android. Oh, wow! You just loaded! What are you talking about? You literally just loaded the last time. Oh my God, you're so annoying. If somebody sees that message though, they're not going to give it a second chance. They're just going to think, oh, it doesn't work, and then they're just going to go away. I need this to work. God, why is Android so trash? It is so trash. I could not live like this. I could not live with only an Android device. I couldn't. I'd jump out the window.
Is trash, I hate it.
Same. It is so bad. Look at it. It can't even load the game. It's 50 megabytes. The entire game is 50 megabytes. It's tiny. It literally just loaded though. This is the thing that gets me, right? Let me try clearing website data again. This is so insane.
Whoever said iPhone is scat? Nah bro, I'll pay the extra money for phone that just works from now on, Jesus.
Well, I just don't like phones in general, to be honest. I used to like iPhone myself, but I'm not a massive fan of iPhone either, if I'm being honest. I just don't really like mobile devices. Right, so it loads if I clear website data, but the player's not going to do that. Right, here's the part that's depressing me, right? So this bit here should say... This should say touch now. So let me have a look to see what my code says.
Email. Can't download a app. Def doubt it can play a game. Just shit at all angles, total failure.
Right, so let's have a look at our setup. Right, so we have a line of code in here. There we go. If system control scheme equals touch, then we change the UGUI text to touch. Now that's clearly not working. However,
hey chat, what do you think of the code snippet we're looking at right now? Let me know your thoughts.
Oh, what do you think of this line of code? God, you like Pika? How would you rate this line of code? Good God, Placelia. You've literally been infected by Pika. Okay, I don't like this. Now we're getting freaking errors. Mind you, this sometimes happens if you... I've noticed this sometimes happens if you Alt-Tab out of the game and then you come back to it. Sometimes this happens. I guess this is why they say it's not ready for production yet. But yeah, I got save games and everything working perfectly, which is really, really cool. It's all working on the cloud. So that doesn't work, but I think if we get further into the game on Android, where's my Nox? Yeah, so at this point, the touch controls show up. So we are detecting touch controls for the joystick. So let's figure out what our control system's doing to identify that. Because we need to use the same code on the menu, I guess. Right, so we should have a reference to touch controls. Yeah, there they are, touch controls. So what do we do to switch those on and off? It was freaking days ago when I put this in, I can't remember. Okay, I said... Oh, basically, it depends on whether this bool is mobile. Public bool is mobile equals false. And what controls that? If is mobile, scheme equals touch. So it seems like... Oh, you know what I think it might be? There's something weird about it as well, though. I think maybe you have to tap... I remember reading something about this. I think you have to interact with the screen at least once before it knows what type of device you're on. Maybe that's what we're seeing there. I don't know, because it doesn't make it easy to frickin' reload this. Okay, there we go. It worked again. But the problem is, I think this... Yeah, okay, as soon... So the second... You'll see what happens. The second I touch the screen... then it's able to identify that we're on Android. God. You know what? I absolutely hate shit like this. So now it's like, now I have to put something in that's like, tap the screen. Oh, fuck my life. There's got to be some other way that I can detect that it's mobile other than that. Yeah, and the reason we don't see this turn into touch is because our setup only does that once when it loads. So, okay, I guess I have no choice then. What I'll probably do is like a cutesy animated screen with the game's title on it, tap to start, then we come into this menu, because at least by then the player has interacted with the screen and will know what device they're on at that point, because I kind of need to know. So it's so irritating. So now I can't show the menu straight away then. Oh my god, this is so irritating. So I need a new scene then. So for now, I'm just going to make a scene that says tap to start, because I have no choice. And then whatever I want this to be. So for now, we'll just stick a raw image on it or whatever. Do we have anything pretty we can show for now? Not really. I could do the Winter Games title. Menu. I thought it was menu title. Yeah, it is menu title. Can we see this? Right, why does that have its own canvas? I suppose it would need to. So it needs to scale with screen. So for now, we'll just put Winter Games tap to start or whatever the fuck. It's so stupid. I need a background image. Like a background color or whatever. There. So just for now, where's my Text Mesh Pro? Why can't I see text? Oh my god, I'm blind. Click or tap to start. Let them know that mobile users are looked down upon. I want them to feel inferior. I want this game to make them feel inferior. That's my goal here. Because they are. Okay. Alright, this obviously is, I'm going to make it look better than this, but just so we can get some flow and stuff and know what the hell, where we actually stand. Right, and we can put like an animated, once we're all up and running, we'll do like, I'll make like a trailer for the game that shows like clips with gameplay and stuff like that, and I'll stick that in the background. I'll make it look beautiful. Beautiful. It's gonna be so beautiful. But for now, it's gonna look like shit. Alright, so just call it tap start for now. Okay, so now our setup needs to make sure that this scene loads first. God damn it. And actually, that's an animation, I think. Yeah, it is actually. Right, so there it is. There's our animation, which turns setup, so we can see here. I knew this would backfire. Setup game object is set active, so I need to remove that property now and record that tap to start is made inactive. Oh my god, and now it's gone off. Oh, because it's not yet. It can't control objects. Okay, we're going to have to do some code instead then. It's because it can't control objects outside of its hierarchy. So it can only reach children, basically. Great. So at the moment, what it was doing is it was enabling a game object which was set up, and set up is this. We can't do it that way anymore. So here's what I'm going to need to do. I'm going to need to create a new game object, show title. We'll call it show title. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Actually, didn't I make a script where... No, I don't think I did make a script, because it would almost sounds redundant. To enable an object on enable almost sounds redundant. But in this case, it would actually be exactly what we need to do. It's only because of stupid Unity web limitations. Whatever. It is what it is. Okay, so I'm going to make a script called show title. And as the name suggests, what show title is going to do... There are no prizes for guessing what it will do. Yeah, show title. Void on enable. Title set active to... Why would we set it active to false, you stupid gimp? And then we're just going to turn ourselves off. So it's so dumb, But it's just because this script can reach the other script, whereas the animator can't. That's the reason we have to do it this way. So basically the animator can molest its own children, but it can't molest others' children's, but this one can. Wow, that's grim. Tap to start. Okay, so that's going to enable that. So now our animator needs to enable this. So on our first keyframe, we want to toggle that off, on and then off, so that it puts the key as off. And then at the end of the animation, we want to toggle it on. There we go. So let's test that. So as we hit play now, is everything on that needs to be on and off that needs to be off? I think so. I don't know, because normally we see our logo. Oh, there we go. I just click off and we see our logo. Hey chat, rate this code snippet out of 10. There we go. So we got the logos and now we have the title screen. Now this won't do anything yet because we need another script now. Yay, more scripts. Like we don't have enough already. Okay, well.
Look like porn game logo LUL.
Show start options. Okay, I'm going to make a script called show start options, and I probably could have, you know what, that actually is a weird name. Let me just get rid of that. That's not the way I normally do things either. It's because this is
just reminds me of that one game Snow Days.
Maybe, because I don't know why you would think that. It must be reminding you of something. Tap to start. So what I'll do, I like to call the scripts the same thing as the objects, right? Because then it's easier to find things when you need to. So if the object's called tap to start, I'm going to make the script tap to start. That's a better way of doing it. And then we can put the logic for this on here. Yeah, I kind of threw that together last night, mainly for the settings menu, but it doesn't look bad, so I'll probably just use that as the logo, to be honest. So in tap to start, what we can now do, we need to reference the options that the animator was opening. So that was a game object setup. Yeah. And then, okay, this is where things get a little bit hairy. Not really. So basically, actually we can make the whole thing a button. That's a really good idea, actually, because it saves me a lot of trouble. Okay, let's do that. That's a much better way of doing it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to make the entire canvas an invisible button. Or we're going to put a button on the entire canvas. So let's bring the canvas to the front so we can see it. So we need to close, where am I? Close this one and this one. Okay, and then bring this up. So there's our title screen. On the canvas, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a UI legacy button, because we only want the button, we don't want anything else. Let's go into scenes so we can see it there. So what we can basically do is make the entire screen a button, just like that. And if we go into our button, we can just get rid of the text component, get rid of the image component. Actually, you might need the image component for raycasting. I think you might need the image component for raycasting. So what you can do is make it invisible. So if we turn the alpha down on all of these colors, we can make it a completely invisible button. There we go. And I'm just going to call it button screen. Okay, then back in our code, so we can link setup, so that would be there. And we're going to need a reference to that button. So if we do a public button screen, and then what we want to do is on void awake, we need to add a listener for that button. Okay, let me just see, where was the last place I did that? It's a little bit hazy on... God damn it, think. What was the last button you made? I don't know. It's going to be something on the UI, isn't it? Something on City, maybe. Yeah, I think I had listeners. I probably add listeners to my choose opponent, even though that's not finished yet. I just need the syntax because I'm not massively familiar. I'm still kind of new to doing things this way, but it is the best way to do it. Because it's not actually an input listener for a button, though. Oh no, those aren't even buttons, you know. Oh, I'm gonna need to look at that later. Oh my god, there's so much stuff to do. So much stuff. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Okay, where the hell are my button listeners at? My button listeners are on setup. I've got tons of them on setup. Right, true. Apparently it's not called setup. Maybe it is. It is, but for some reason I couldn't find the script. It's because it's on core. I'm not sure it should be on core, but whatever. Right, here's our button listeners. Thank God. Right. I just need that syntax so that on our tap to start, we can say, right, button screen, create a listener, click start. We'll just call it click start. And then I need the context syntax. Oh, actually, these are fine. These are just normal. They're not context syntaxes. That's for the inputs. Okay. So this one is literally just called click start. So on click start, this is what we run when obviously the button is clicked. So we don't need an update. Beautiful. And we just want to say setup, set active. If I could spell. Set active to true. I don't know why the fuck it thinks it wants to be false. This game object set. Wow, you got both of those wrong. Stupid Microsoft. You couldn't be any stupider. Do you know that? Okay, our logo's not dead center. Not that it really matters. But since we can see that it's not dead center, that's not the logo. We can move it over a little bit. There we go. Alright, so let's close that. Make sure everything's working. Is everything linked? I think it is. Soon find out. So we want this one on and this one on. We should see our logo. We do. And then when we press play, now we're going to annoyingly force the player to click to start. Oh, good. We forgot to link something. I swore. Wow, I forgot to link the button. God damn it. Okay. All right, there we go. Tap or click or tap to start. So this allows everything inside the web build. Once you've interacted with the screen once, it should understand what sort of inputs are being used. So we can start to hopefully handle mobile. and everything went white. What the fuck? That's the button that went white, by the way. Okay, so why isn't that working? Let's find out. So the first thing we want to know is our click start even firing? It's like a start menu. Right, let's find out if that's happening. God damn it, this is such a pain in the dick. Yes, our event triggered. Setup should have been turned on. It actually was. Oh, it's... But I said this game object set active to false. Something is turning it on. Okay, so what did we use to turn it on? Wasn't it the animator? Is the animator constantly turning that on? Not be the other one, won't it? It went through... I thought it was show title. Yeah, 100% this is a fucking Unity bug. This is similar to the shit that I was experiencing last night. And I just, oh, this depresses me to no end. This literally makes me want to jump out the window. Because I feel like as my game gets bigger, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. Right, so the game object is not turned on.
It's joke time. What musical instrument is found in the bathroom?
So the script shouldn't be running because the game object is turned off, but it looks like on every fucking frame it's activating that. It should activate it once and once only. It's an on enable. But it was doing this last night and now it's doing it again. So I was fearful of this because I know this is fucking Unity being a bitch and it's not supposed to be doing this. And I also know that if it started doing it now, the problem's probably going to get fucking worse. And let me just make sure I'm not going out of my mind. I'm pretty sure I'm not, right? So on enable is the only thing that turns that title on. And clearly something is constantly turning that title on because it won't let me turn it off. It's only this script because we only just made it. So it can't be anything else. Turning title on through on enable. This is a fucking Unity bug. I know for a fact it is. Because every time I fucking report a bug to Unity, they're like, oh, we can't find the problem. So it might be that... It might, hopefully, it's a Unity bug where if I like if I clean install Unity from scratch, it might be something to do with all my caches. See, that's not supposed to be happening. I'm pretty sure the animator is not supposed to be doing that. So that would suggest that the animator is on enabling at the end of that logo animation. I don't think it's supposed to be doing that, but I'll be honest, that's not something I do very often. So I might be wrong about that. Maybe that is the default behavior of the animator. As usual, we can work our way around it, but it's just a giant pain in the ass. Okay. I'll just say executed equals false. So what we'll do is we will, on our on enable, we'll say if not executed, then do this. and set executed to true. I need to do it above that line because otherwise it, well, technically it's supposed to not run. Right, so that should make sure it only runs once now. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about the way animators enable objects, and it would be doing it over and over again on the last frame, but I don't think so, because this is similar to what it was doing with my save play thing last night, and I'm really worried about it. And I've tried clearing my cache and all kinds of things. I might need to do a clean install of Unity. I might even just do a clean install of Windows, to be honest, because it's like trying to clear all the caches and stuff out of Unity is like fucking mission impossible. Just won't let me do it. Right, so it kind of flashed white because that was like the button effect. If we want to get rid of that, we can look deeper into it and find the... right, it's working now. And find the colors that's activating, but it doesn't look bad to me. So the screen flashes white, and then we get our menu, and now we should be back to our loop. Okay. So what that should now mean is, I don't want to build it out because it takes like fucking 20 minutes. But hopefully next time we test it on Android now, it should successfully detect that we're on Android and change KBM to touch. Which is all I'm trying to do. So like if I'm having this much trouble just trying to do that, God knows what it's going to be like getting those joysticks working. I can't even begin to... I don't even want to think about that right now. Okay, another issue is on setup, I change one of the button names and I'm doing the wrong button. Yeah, load UID is on new game. It should be... Yeah, it's weird because I had it. Here's the weird part about that. Oh, I see why it's doing it. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Yeah, I was going to say, because it was down here, which is where it should be. And then I saw it was in the wrong place. So I moved it up there, and it's still in the wrong place. It's because I'm an idiot, and I've put the same buttons on both New Game and Continue, but that should be... Wait. No, I haven't. On New Game, I say New is true, L is false. N is false, L is true. Yeah, no, I'm getting confused about that. Should be up there, but it's referring to the wrong button. Yes, it's that I need to change. Okay. Yeah, I see. Shit. There. Okay, so that should fix that little bug as well. Okay, so what have we done? We just made the player interact with the screen so we can determine what device they're on. Then we go through the menu. Everything else should be the same as before. We want to start putting some settings in the menu, such as sensitivity settings and various things like that. And we've got a list of settings we want the player to be able to change. Right, so if we go into our menu settings, we need to hide these again. Let me just... There, okay. So at the moment, settings has the main menu shite on it, which we don't want. Right, so what we need to do... Okay, for this we're gonna need like controls and things like that. So I'm going to call this controls. We're going to get rid of these buttons. And we're going to have a look at our list of things that we want to add. So the list of things that we want to add is look sensitivity. And we have separate KBM and GP settings, but we want to show both. Gamepad prompts, which is you can choose between Xbox and PlayStation. Display full screen on or off is a toggle. Bloom on or off is a toggle. Save bind account, that's not going to be in settings. We've already got a separate option for that. Is there anything else I'm going to want in settings? I might allow the control bar to be switched on or off at the bottom. Yeah, I think that's probably a good one actually. Show controls. I think that'll do for now. It depends how deep I want to go. Like, I could allow the player to change the character, but if I did that, I'd have to re-roll all the opponents. And at the end of the day, they could just start a new game, and like, plus, like, I've kind of got enough to do. I think those are the important ones. Okay, so I think these are in the wrong order. I think display stuff should come first. So full screen on or off, bloom on or off. We might do audio settings as well. I might want to do audio volumes. So if we do graphics and then sound, so we could do, I don't even know whether I'm going to have voices in the game, to be honest. I have no idea. Depends how much time I've got. So I don't know whether I should have a voice control, audio control. And it doesn't really take that long to get, because these are all like VTubers, so I don't think it would take. Well, it's still quite a lot of work. There's like 12 fucking characters. I'd have to sample 12 voices, and then generate AI voices for all of the dialogue in the game for each character. Like, I've only got 2 months. I don't know if that's feasible or not. It depends how long it takes me to do everything else, so I don't want to commit to it. But by putting a voice volume control, feels like I am kind of committing. But here's the thing, right? I might just tie it to sound effects then. So if I have sound effects, if I have overall volume, so do like global volume, master volume, and then do sound effects volume and music volume. And then if I add voices, I'll just tie them to the sound effects volume. And then I'm not committed to it necessarily. And then I can always just rename that to say sound effect and voice. Right? And it's just, I just have to rename a label, and that's all I have to do. So I think that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I've turned to Punch and Judy again. Right, okay, so how do we do this? Well, oh, God. With great difficulty. The reason this is awkward as fuck is because there's so many control schemes, right? So, like, if this was all just buttons, it would be the easiest thing in the world, but I might just stick to buttons anyway. For now, at least. That's kind of how I've been doing things so far. But I do want to offer, like, gamepad navigation for buttons, because I always scream at games when they don't do that. But, like, I'm one dude, right? These are games made by freaking teams of people, so, like, I think I have every right to scream them. And I can do it, but it just takes time, and it's awkward, and it's goddamn tedious. So that's going to be a toggle on or off. Okay, so we need to make a toggle control is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. Okay, so let's do that.
Yeah, the quality of Snowbreak
So
drops
basically,
so low now it's laughable.
Oh, I muted Placelia. Yeah, the quality of Snowbreak dropped so low now it's laughable. Yeah, I said I feel like that game's always been a bit of a cash grab. It's just they weren't successful at grabbing cash to begin with, and now they figured out how to do that. They're just doubling down on that. I am feeling like the way I currently feel, I'm so kind of pissed off with just gacha in general right now. Probably because well, did I tell you my Wuthering Waves experience, right? So before this latest Wuthering Waves update, on the morning of the day of the update, but the update was like at the end of the day,
And
right?
I was right the other day. It was just the devs blaming fake news, but really it was the main team who wrote the bad story.
So they're just, yeah, covering their tracks. So basically, on the morning of the update, it downloaded like 20 or 30 gigabytes of data and then sat there for hours extracting it. Then later that night, it did the same thing again and downloaded another 30 odd gig. Then I go into the game and it pulls another few gigabytes in like sections, right? So like it did one update of a gigabyte, then it did like another 600 megabyte download, then it did like another 1 gigabyte download, then it did like another 2 gigabyte download, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are you guys doing? Then it asks me to restart. It did another it took ages to extract that the second time. Then it started compiling shaders, and it took like 20 minutes to compile shaders.
And exposed them, so yeah, they claimed woke sabotage. But they haven't hired staff since before the game launched, so total fake.
Yeah, that's not very good. They're lying to players. Reminds me of Tower Fantasy a bit, actually. I get kind of Tower Fantasy vibes off them. Yeah, so after all that, I finally log on and lose the 50-50 and get freaking Calcharo, and I'm like, enough is enough. I just uninstalled the game straight away. I thought, I'm not fucking doing with this. Fuck this. Like, I think the 50-50 is the worst thing that MiHoYo ever came up with. Not for their bank accounts, but like as a mechanic, I think it's fucking gross.
Which game is that?
Wuthering Waves. But at least their Genshin Impact is a good enough game to sort of half excuse it. I guess I've also just been lucky with Genshin 50-50s as well, though. Except for the last one, Milani. Well, the last one was the Lion Girl, but the one before that. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's just like you take that many hours of my time and my resources only to like shit on me, and it's like, fuck that. I'm just done. But if the game's not good to begin with, and then you using those like tactics, it's like, well, why should I put up with this? Okay, so we want to make a toggle control. So the best thing to do is to start with a background. So let's do a raw image. And we know how wide our menu is, so we know how wide our control can be. It can be something like that, right? Okay, so something like that. So let's set the size. And I think like dark grey would look good. Okay, so this is going to be control.
Yeah, basically give you the middle finger and then spit on you and wonder, why did he leave?
Well, they're just lazy. They just copy Hoyo. But the thing that gets me is it's like Mum and Dad's tin pot restaurant. Well, no, that's a bad example, really, because that normally works the other way around with food. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Let's think about this. Like, okay, right, fine. You've got a gourmet restaurant charging gourmet prices for gourmet food. Then you decide to open a burger van, a literal burger van, in front of the gourmet food shop. and you charge the same price for your burgers that they charge in the gourmet restaurant, and your excuse is, well, they charge that in there. It's like, yeah, but they're selling, like, their burgers are of such high quality compared to your scabby little things. Like, you don't get to just charge those prices and think that it's okay. And that's the bit that winds me up the most. It's like, and that's a good analogy, I think. These other gacha games are like scabby burger vans, and Hoyo's dealing with fucking gourmet food here. It's the stuff's so polished, it's so well put together. And that's kind of my analogy. And like, yeah, okay, I still think Hoyo are kind of, you know, little bitches for, you know, their price system, but at least they can semi-justify it with the quality of their product, right? But the fact that these other little tin pot companies think they can say, oh, well, they've got a 50-50, so we'll have one. Oh, their rate's 0.7%, so that'll be our rate. Oh, what is it? How much is it for a 10 pull? Okay, we're charging the same amount. And it's like, yeah, your game's a fucking piece of trash by comparison. Like, what makes you think you can get away with, like, the same predatory... Like, try and be competitive, do you know what I mean? But that just proves, the fact that they don't do that proves that they're not trying to be competitive. They're not trying to make a good game. They're just trying to grab as much money as they can.
Restaurants are the same thing now. A soft taco and large soda at Taco Bell is $14.99. Steak dinner at the fine restaurant is $19.99 and includes salad bar, steak, and side, with drink refills LUL.
Yeah, exactly. So, brilliant. Perfect example. So yeah, I know what you mean. They do that, don't they? Sometimes I'm surprised by how expensive takeaways and fast food's getting. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I think that kind of goes against the point of what it's supposed to be, isn't it? It's supposed to be cheap and fast food. It's meant to be economical. And it's certainly not up to the quality of, like, you know, home cooked food or restaurant food or fresh food or anything like that. All right, so now we would have
the last time I literally just say no when they tell me the place and drive off.
All right, I think I'll go with Alt on. So here we would have an option like full screen. So I'm going to call this text setting, and then on our control toggle, what we basically want is like 2 buttons, right? So button on, text on. To make it a bit bigger. I think a bolder one would look better.
Time for a joke. A beekeeper was indicted after he confessed to years of stealing at work. They charged him with embezzlement. LOL.
Get out. Just get out right now. Okay, then we want an off. But we need to set this up so that when you turn one, when you activate one, you like deactivate the other kind of thing. So you can obviously only have one or the other. So that's why this is like a toggle control. And if this doesn't fit, because we can't get in the way of the ray casting here. So if this text doesn't fit, we're gonna have to like squish it for like the other options basically. Okay, so now what we need to do, because this will be like a prefab. We could actually say that full screen is a best fit.
Also, I'm picking up Starlink so I can start working at home. CUS, I'm just getting bored lately.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I know you mentioned that yesterday, actually. You have to let me know what it's like. Seems quite interesting. Normal overflow. I thought we had a best fit.
I think it will be good. My doctor recommended it to me. It doesn't need to be super speed, but normal high speed is plenty.
Do we have enough of these toggles to justify making a prefab? Well, that's one, that's one. And then that's going to be one. So there's at least 3. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so what we can do is we can make a control toggle script. So I'm going to put this in my script called control. And we'll make a control toggle script. Which I'll put on here. There we go. Right, and the control toggle script is going to take a field for the label. It's going to need a reference to its buttons, so we need Unity Engine UI. Public button. I probably will be taking a break soonish, actually. So I'm curious, what would you prefer to see? Because like I say, I'm burnt out from gacha, so I don't really want to play any gacha games. But there are 2 non-gacha games I'm considering playing. So one is that one that was made. It's not. You remember when I mentioned it? I said there was a game about a trans person who had just transitioned, and I don't know. I felt like at the time when I first played it was kind of clunky, but I don't remember that much about it. But I like those kinds of games anyway, and I remember it wasn't a terrible game. I just thought the writing was a bit. I thought it was a bit clunky. So I'm considering replaying that. That's one option. But it wasn't actually a Life is Strange game, but it was made by the Life is Strange devs. So that's why I connected it to Life is Strange. So I've re-downloaded that to play at some point because I kind of want to see. Okay, like I said, I always want to play. I think it's good to play bad games. It wasn't really a bad game.
I have a recommendation if you have 2 hours at some point.
What's that then? And there's another Neptunia game out as another possibility that I could play. There's this Game Maker Neptunia thing that I could check out. Public button on, and then put. Oh, excuse me.
Psychopomp. There is a free version on Steam. It's about 2 hours for the whole thing.
Psychopomp. Not even heard of it.
And nothing serious, just a little walking sim kind of.
Oh, I like walking sims. Psychopomp game. Oh my god. Walking sim. It doesn't look like a walking sim. When you said walking sim, I thought you meant I wonder if it's on.
It's basically a vibe game. Just looks cool and stuff.
It's giving me Five Nights at Freddy's vibes. Okay, so what we're going to also need is a public color 32. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'll put a public bool
I keep wanting to bite my mozzarella sticks with no teeth, lol.
Okay, we'd have to control... We'll have to control whether this is on or off by default through the settings. Otherwise, we break the prefab, right? Keep wanting to bite my mozzarella sticks with no teeth. Oh, man. That sounds nice, though. Mozzarella sticks. So are you getting... like implants or some false ones or something like that? She'll need I assume you don't want to drink, you don't want to blend all your food into a drink.
Dentures sometimes, but it's a problem kind of.
They're expensive as well, I think, aren't they? Right, so there's two ways we can wire these up, right? So we could make them sort of self-sufficient.
Well, I have 6 teeth left on the bottom, which are useless, so don't know why they kept M. But if you get partials, they don't break and destroy your other teeth that are real.
Yeah, that is strange. You'd kind of be at that point. You'd be better off just with them all out, I would think, wouldn't you? Because you might as well just have a full set. Yeah, that does seem weird that they left 6. Yeah, that's a pain. That's a right pain, actually. Okay, so obviously what we need to do is we need to make it so that when you click one of these buttons, the other one, it like turns the other one on and the other one off. So we can do that easily. But also settings is going to need
Well, I was talking to my 40-year-old friend. He said in 2023 his partial broke 3 of his teeth alone by scratching them until they broke halfway.
Yeah, well they would, wouldn't they? That's going to be awful. Yeah, that's such a pain. I can't believe that. That's really annoying. We're going to have to get the settings script itself to figure out whether we're already in full screen, so we know which option to set in here. So I think I'll run it in update, and we'll simply say right, so we'll basically write the structure for when it's on and the structure for when it's off. So we want to say, and first of all in update, let's just say we need a text reference for the label. So we need TM Pro for that. So using TM Pro, we're gonna public text mesh pro UGUI txt setting. So we'll set txt setting dot text equals label, and then if is on, we want button on dot. So let's take a look at our structure. So we've got an image color, I imagine would change Yeah, image color changes the color.
And also, yeah, no blending food for me. I just been cutting it small piece and eat it. Steak and chicken is fine right now.
We've got to figure out what looks like an on and what looks like an off. Yeah, so I think white and black pretty much makes that work pretty well. Okay. So we'll say button color on. I think it's, wasn't it image? Yeah, we need the component of image. It's components. Image. Color equals color on, and then we need to turn button off's color to off, and then vice versa on the other one. Right, we need to add control handlers for the buttons. I'm going to need a void awake. We can put it on a void start actually, and I can put that there. Put that there, and then we want to say for both button on and button off, we'll do click on. Oh, what are you doing, Microsoft? Right there. Button off, click off. So then we can do a void click on. Press the wrong, that was me, one of them. I would do a click off. So basically click on, we just want to say is on equals true, is on equals false for click off, because the code above handles the the representation of that. So we can test that. We need to make sure everything's linked. And then we can just read the public is on value to figure out whether the setting is meant to be on or off. All right, so let's set up the inspector. So we want, like for on, it's going to be something like white. We could put this to whatever color we want. We can experiment. And I think for off, I just want a really dark gray. All right, so, and our label is full screen for this one. All right, so press run. I forgot to link my buttons and shit. No. Okay. Text setting, button on, button off. There we go. All right. I haven't even started thinking about gamepad. Okay, so we can see that's apparently off. The only that's a little too invisible at the moment, though. But it should be running in, yeah, in real time, so we can tune that like here. So I think something like that is probably fine. I think it's pretty obvious that that it's set to off right now, right? There we go. On, off, on, off. Yeah, I think that looks fine. So I'm going to grab this color and set it to that. Right, so now we've got a toggle control. So what we can do is we can go into our prefabs. It's part of core, really. And we'll do the control toggle. And then what we can do is we can bring those in and set those up as and when we need to. So what were our other toggles? Our other toggles were... Get our text back. So we want one that says bloom on or off. I mean, to be honest, I can just duplicate it here. So this one is... full screen. This one can be bloom. And then so in here we can say bloom on or off. And just so I can see what that looks like, I'll actually type it in here as well. By default, that wants to be on because it's on by default anyway. But really, we're going to need to load the settings from the player and apply those. Right, so we've got full screen bloom. If we've got the controls, what we can do is we can do this grid layout, which ruins everything. And there we go. And then we can start to control our list of options. So as we add more, we'll get yeah, something like that. Right, what are our other settings? Bloom on or off. Our other toggles were show controls on or off. Those need things. Look, sensitivity. Those are things. And gamepad prompts is kind of like a toggle, but it's a special one. So the only other one is show controls for now. Yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? Okay, well for this one, I can't do it like that. I can if I do that. There we go. That's why I thought it had a best fit, but apparently it doesn't. Show controls. Yeah, show controls would be on by default as well. Okay, so there's our toggles. So now we need similar controls, but we need one that has like dials where we can set numbers like sensitivity and shit like that, basically. Like for volume controls and stuff like that. I think Unity has something, but I don't know how good it is. Ugh. So for now, let's just grab our... We want one after bloom, don't we, for volume? So let's copy bloom for now. Unpack this prefab completely. There. This one is going to be like master volume. So we'll put volume master. We might put a header that
Are
says
you wanna see
volume.
something funny? Line you one hee hee.
Want to see something funny? Yeah, always. Always. Yeah, I'll just say master, because what we can do is we can put some, like, we can put a header there that says volume control or something like that, right? And then we don't want these buttons. So instead what we want, I think Unity do have a slider. I don't know if it's any good though. It's not bad. It's not great. Can maybe customize this. Yeah, they do have a slider. I guess that's kind of what we want. Just going to close it off a little bit there and drag it this way just to give ourselves a bit more room. Because I'm going to have to shrink this so it doesn't interfere with that. Alright, so we've got a slider there, and we can have this slider represent some values. Now this is going to need a different script to the control toggle, so we're going to need a control slider script now. Oh joy. Oh joy. What was the something funny? Control slider. Okay, so the slider is going to have a similar setup. So we want using Unity Engine UI. I probably need for the slider itself. TM Pro for the Text Mesh Pro object. So we'll do a public string label again. We don't have colors on or off, but we're going to have values that the slider represents. I might need to ask Jupyter how that works actually. So we need to link the text for the label.
HTTPS posted a link.
That's a Twitch thing, so let me copy it for Brave.
I bought this guy this game.
This game. Fuck this stupid game. I gotta go pee. God damn it.
It's insane level difficulty.
Right, where's it at 2 speed? Right, let's watch it properly.
Who the hell is this? Fuck this game. Fuck this stupid game. I gotta go pee. God damn it.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was his whole character deleted in 1 second.
Oh my god, really? This was dreadful. Right, so text setting dot label is label. Right, okay, so we're gonna have a slider. No, it's already called control slider. Let's just call it slider in lowercase then. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do is store a minimum value I'm going to do left value and right value. And what I want is, as the slider is adjusted, I'm going to need it to lerp between the left and the right values. But I'm going to need Jibbity to help me with that, I think. So yeah, let me show Jibbity what we're working with. Jibbity should be able to handle something like this easily. Okay, let's get rid of those ones. We can use this one. Okay. I'm setting up a UI slider in Unity. I would like the slider I need a current value then. Hang on. There. I would like the slider to update the current value based on the left, based on the left and right vowels as the slider is slidden, as the slider is set, whatever, as the slider is changed. I'll do. All right, Jibbity, dearest Jibbity. I need to keep that open so I don't lose it. All right. Look at that. Look at that. It's great for stuff like this. Alright, give it to me. Remove listener to avoid potential memory leaks. Do you have to comment? It's like, it should be called chat Jibbity comment adder. Guys, got so many comments. There's more green on here than any other color. Let's just get it done, shall we? All right, I don't need like a... You know, I think Jibbity wants to be a commentator. I think that's what it wants to be. I don't think it wants to be a coder. I think it wants to be Joe Rogan. It wants to be like a UFC commentator or something. Because it has so many comments in its code, it's ridiculous. Okay, so this one says master, because it's master volume. We want to set the text setting. We want to set the slider.
Schizo, did you break the bad news to Wooabot yet?
Wooabot? I just quit. I'm never coming back. Well, not for a while. Well, here's the thing, right? The last time here's what happened last time. So last time, right, I did the same thing for Black Swan, lost the 50-50, got another copy of Verena. At least it was Verena at that time. And I uninstalled the game and didn't come back for like 2 weeks. And then I came back, and my first pull after coming back...
I can't believe you played so many gachas and stayed medically sane.
What makes you think I'm sane? I like how you... It's cute that you think I'm sane. That's real cute. What does that say about you? So
I'm insane for sure.
Yeah, the problem is I had them both set to 0, so I think it didn't like that. So if we say we want to go from like 0 to 1 for volume, right, there we go. We can see it's changing as we move the slider. That's beautiful. Okay, So what we're also going to do is we're going to link these directly to the volume control, but we need to set up a mixer first. So I'll show you how to do that. So I know you're just dying to know. I know that that's why you couldn't sleep last night. Because you were just laying there thinking, oh God, how do you link? How do you do it? How do you link a slider in the UI to the Unity mixer so that it just controls the volume by itself? I mean, how do you do it? I need to know. It's definitely what kept me awake last night. Right.
That guy's going to try that game's hard today. I told him it was too hard for me to beat after 100 tries.
100 tries. How are you? Oh, you already said you're not saying. Okay, that's fair enough then. That makes sense. Okay, I'm going to turn the animator off for settings because I don't like that animation. We might give it another one, but for now we're fine. So what we can do now is obviously we can dupe that twice and do one for sound effects and do one for music. We haven't got music in the game yet, but we will. And we need to obviously update. These. I always think sound effects looks like sex. Or maybe that's just, maybe that says too much about me. Okay, so what I want to do now, and we're going to ask Jibbity, because Jibbity should be able to help me with this. I'm going to add a bool, because not all of them want to be volume controls. Now I wonder if I can link, let me think about this. Right, so here's how, let's not jump the gun. If we go to audio mixer, there it is. Okay, if we go to audio mixer, there is currently no mixer found, so we need to create one. New audio mixer, so I'm just going to call it mixer. Okay, we now have an audio mixer, so let's just bring this up. All right, so you can make groups, so we automatically have a master group. So we want to make a sound effects group. And we want to make a music. Oh, it's trying to put it as part of sound effects. Bad mixer. Bad mixer. I don't want it as part of that. There we go. And I want to make a music group. So basically the way it works is we can set a volume and audio. So let's search for audio. If we go to audio source, at the moment the only thing my game has is a sound effect for snowman, which is like a when you pluck him out of the whatever he's hiding in. So that's a sound effect, right? So now we can find that and we can apply output sound effect. So now we can send that sound to sound effects, conspiracy snowman, sound effects. And then all of these are sound effects for God knows what. They're the targets. So let's set all the target sound effects to sound effect. I mean, we've only got sound effects right now. So I could have just highlighted all of these and put them in sound effects. But yeah, I think you can see how that works. So you can, when we add music, we can then pass that to music. And it obviously lets the player adjust those volumes independently, which is nice. There we go. So all of our audio is set to sound effects currently because we don't have music. But we have groups now, which is why I wanted to do that. So let's see. So it's called an audio mixer group. So can we have a public audio mixer group? Maybe it needs to use...
You can engage with the audience by asking for their thoughts on the sound effects or inviting them to suggest their favorite sound effects for the stream.
Okay, Pika, I know you're watching this on VOD in the future. Please rate this sound effect out of 10. I need to know right now, actually, what your rating is for that sound effect. Right. Is that okay? Did I do good, Placilia?
7/10.
Oh wow, that's quite high. Oh wow. Two kinds. Okay. Can we have an audio mixer group? Let me ask Jibbity. I feel like I use group Jibbity is too much of a crutch, but like at the end of the day, if I don't see an audio mixer, let's see if we can find this answer in Unity documentation or something like that. So Unity, we're looking for an audio mixer group or something like that, I would expect. Yeah, there is. Okay, scripting, audio mixer group. So it inherits from Unity engine.audio. So it's probably that we need to be using Unity engine.audio. There we go. And then then it should show up. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a public variable in the audio mixer group. And then I can show Jibbity this and say, well, look, if an audio mixer group is set to this slider, I want you to immediately adjust the volume for that mixer group based on this slider's value. So I can even give it a update current value, and I can say in here, if audio mixer group is not null, then audio group. Actually, I might be able to figure this out myself. I actually don't see how you do that. I'll be honest, I have done this once before, and it was a pain in the butt. Oh yeah, first of all, you have to expose the values. Expose parameters none. Okay, so first of all, you have to do this weird thing where you have to expose the values. How the fuck do we expose the values? Child group. Let me Google this. I don't want to watch a video. Yeah, how do you do it? Okay, well let's see if Jibbity can help me, because I don't really want to be. Okay. So I'll put in here set the mixer level directly. Mixer group level directly. Okay, so let's update this, and we're going to say I've added a mixer group so I can use these for volume control. Can you, one, tell me how to expose the values in the mixer, and two, write the code to apply the value to the group. Nice. To control volume with an audio mixer group, you'll first need to expose a parameter in audio mixer. Yeah, I just told you that. That represents the volume. This parameter can then be adjusted in your script based on the slider's values. Open your audio mixer and select audio mixer group you want to control. In the inspector, locate the volume slider. the volume slider. Right click on the slider. Okay. How do you right click on the slider? That just says attenuation fader. I don't know about this, Jibbity. You gaslighting me. That says attenuation fader though. It doesn't even do anything when you right click it. It just that text shows up anyway just when you hover over it. I don't see where else. Oh, hang on. Maybe it means this. Add effect. Copy effects. Add effect before. Add effect after. Reset. Copy all effects. I don't understand. Attenuation. I think I was going to right click that. Copy effects. Add effect before. Add effect after. How the fuck do you do this? I remember it was a pain in the balls from last time. There's an add here. What does this do? Oh, it might be set. It might be send. It's not send receive, is it? Let's see what it says in. It says right click the slider and choose expose to script. This is so awkward. Where the hell are they hiding this? Like, this isn't very intuitive at all. Expose to script. I'm not seeing that anywhere. It's like no matter where I look, it's just not wherever they've put this. Chorus. I didn't mean to add chorus to that. How the fuck did I? Okay, remove that. Add. I've literally clicked everything I can find. Everything I can see. Wherever this is, it's so fucking unintuitive and hidden, and it's so stupid. Why is it this hard? There should just be a fucking button for it. I don't understand why this is like the world's hardest thing to find. Oh my god. Ow, my leg's cramping. Give me a second. Oh, my legs. Oh. What I need like an exercise bike, but it needs to be set up so that I can do it while I'm sitting down. So like while I'm coding, I need like a little, so just the pedals here in front of me, so I can do this, and then I can keep writing my code then, and then I can give these stop these legs from seizing up and carry on working. Or even better, I need like some, I don't know.
LUL, yeah, it works.
21-year-old Swedish masseuse to just, you know, go to work on my leg. Actually, fuck my legs. Forget my legs. She can. Plenty of other areas she can work on first. Right. Anyway, enough of that. Master sound effects music. I don't understand. I am not seeing this anywhere. This is ridiculous. Unity audio mixer. Where is exposed to script? God damn it. Right click the parameter's name and select expose to script. right-click the parameter's name. You don't think I've done that like a billion times? I get add child group, add sibling group, rename, duplicate group. But like parameter's name is all over the place, right? So that's the group name. Parameter name. Is a group and a parameter the same thing? Probably not. But I don't know. Like, it's not like send or receive or anything like that. Are we sure it's not send and then send exposed to script? Receive none. Jesus Christ, why is this so fucking complex? You know what? I think I will watch that fucking video. This is ridiculous. Unity audio mixer. I've done this like once before, and I remember it was a pain in the ass last time. But I was thinking, oh, you know, I was probably young, and you know, it's probably it just before my nap, and you know, I hadn't had my milk and cookies yet. And I was probably just being stupid. No, oh no, it is a pain in the ass. Right, official Unity. Oh God help us, it's an official tutorial. Oh, I hope you're ready for this. The comments will be like fucking
In
Trump's.
Unity, it's possible to directly control parameters of an audio mixer, like levels and effect settings, via script at
that's
runtime.
Wonderful.
To set a single mixer parameter via script, we'll use the setFloat function. SetFloat has two parameters,
Does it?
a string for the name of the exposed parameter we're going to be setting, and a float for the value to set it
You
to.
better show me how to expose the
setFloat
parameters.
is called from an audio mixer.
Line you
In
one,
order for a
please.
parameter to be controlled using setFloat, it has to be exposed to script control.
Oh my God, exposed.
First, make sure that the
Oh
parameter
my
is
God,
visible
yeah.
in the inspector.
Oh yeah. Expose
Then,
it, baby.
in the inspector,
Come on, expose it to me,
right-click
baby.
on
Come
the
on, expose
parameter
it, baby.
name. Here we'll expose volume for the master
Just get
group of
look.
master
Stop
mixer.
teasing me. Stop teasing me. Just expose it. Come on.
Right-click
Just
and choose expose
Wait, what? Where did he? What? Where did he? What?
master group of master mixer.
Are you kidding me? So where it says volume, it turns into a left and right. That's so dumb. Who came up with that? How would you think to right-click here, where on the word volume? That's so stupid. Because you would control the volume either here or here. Nobody scrolls the word volume to change the volume. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. So you right-click on the word volume. Whose idea was that? I need to know right now so I can kick them in the balls. What an idiot. Whoever came up with that. What a stupid place to put it. Oh yeah, everyone's going to click there. Fucking idiots. Oh my God. This is what I'm talking about? These guys are smart enough to make a game engine, but they're so stupid that, like, you know, that's the one place that you can get to it. What a fucking... what a stupid... What... Yeah, whatever. Yes, you were correct. You helped me. I'll give you a like. Bye. Nice knowing you. Take care. Okay, so they should all be exposed now. And then Jibbity should have given us our code to set those volumes, which we'll paste in here. Oh, it's put a load of comments all over my script again. Oh, good. Loads of green. I love that green. Love it. Thank you so much for those comments. If Jibbity ever made a game, right, it would be 200 megabytes of green comments and like 30 megabytes of actual game. I'm telling you now. All right, let's play it and make sure it works. Did I see a null reference? Yes. Don't I always forget to? Yeah, I forgot to set the mixer group. I mean, I knew I forgot to set the mixer group. I was just testing. I was making sure that you were paying attention. Exposed parameter volume, probably. Wait, this just says mixer? Audio mixer. Why does it say audio mixer, you fucking fool? You fool! What? Why did it change it? Exposed parameter volume. Oh wait, do I have to set a different exposed name per mixer group? Can't I just control the mixer group? Oh, you're so stupid, Jippity. I want to control the individual groups, you fucking fool. So unless I can give them different exposure names, that's going to be useless now. Did I get to change the name? Unexpose. Expose. No, I don't get to set its name. It's just called volume, unless I can change the name. I don't see a way to change the name. Why would I want to change the name? Oh, Jibbity, you're so stupid. I can't believe how stupid you are. They're all called volume, you idiot.
What would you like to change the name to?
Slutty McTitworthy. Right. Oh, Jibbity, you're so stupid. Okay. You changed my mixer group to mixer. So now I cannot create individual sliders for each group. Sound effects, music, master, which was my goal. Can we set it back to control a group rather than an entire mixer? You're correct. Oh my god, Jibbity actually said I was right about something. Oh my god, quick, screenshot it. Screenshot it. It just said I was right. It still didn't say I was wrong though. It never said, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. We need a grovel. No, we don't. That would be horrible. A grovel GPT. I'm so sorry, master. I'm sorry, master. Please spank me. Spank me harder. Okay, I'm getting weird now. You know people. You know that would be popular though. You know that would be so popular. Maybe I should make it. Right, Placelia, you fired. Do you remember when that guy came to my stream the other day? It was so random. It was so weird. So this guy came to my stream and he was like, "Oh, why isn't she wearing a maid's outfit?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about? Your AI, why isn't she wearing a maid's outfit? Can you put her in a maid's outfit?" I'm like, "Okay, freak. Why do you want to see my AI in a maid's outfit? That's a kid." And then they were saying, "Oh, well, I found you on Snowbreak and your signature says my maid is ready to serve you," or something like that. I'm like, that's not my profile. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, so it seemed like this person had some weird maid kink thing, and they said they'd seen me on Snowbreak, and they wanted to see my maids. I'm like, what the hell? What? When I said I made Unity games, I didn't mean in a maid's outfit. I didn't mean as a maid. Anyway, right, does that work now? So random. Master. Sound effects. Music. Okay, let's go. Master isn't doing shit. Jibbity! Sound effects isn't doing shit. Music isn't doing shit. Exposed parameters. Oh, why are they called my exposed parameter 1? My exposed parameter 2? My exposed parameter. And why does one say Wait, is that... Oh yeah, it does. It just wipes it out when you do that. Okay, can I... Will it let me use the same parameter for all of them, like volume? Or is it going to say, you can't use that because it's already in use? Okay, I can rename them. My exposed parameter. Good God. My exposed parameter. Unity. Right. Where's it? Oh, they literally said exposed parameter. Am I supposed to type the exposed parameter? Oh my God, yeah. Public string. No, fuck that. My exposed parameter. Right, we don't need that. Is just volume. You know, like a normal person. Seriously. There we go. And do we have to have so many green comments all over the place? Seriously. Alright, let's try it now. My exposed parameter. So... yeah, I suppose I need to... Now I need to set them to like -80 because the decibels go... So it's working. You can see them kind of jittering a little bit. But the problem is they're set to go from 0 to 1. And they are going from 0 to 1. I love how I shoot snowballs every time I change my volume. That's cool. Good God, what an absolute shambles this is today. I'm just going to put one down there so that I don't ruin my... Okay, so I think what I want to do on all of these is I want to set the minimum value, left value to -80, and the right value to like about... Actually, it's probably going to distort if we go above 0. I think we should actually just have the maximum set to 0. Alright, let's try that. It's hard to test until we actually get some sound in the game. But we can see the mixer controls are being set, so... Yeah, there we go, that's perfect. So master volume goes right down. And it should take sound effects and music with it. Sound effects is controlling master volume for some strange reason. Wait, they're all controlling master volume. Did me changing them all together change the mixer groups? No, it didn't. What the fuck? Wasn't it working though a second ago? Why did it suddenly make them all master? So that one's set to music. Music's changing master. You know what I think it is? Okay, I bet these need to be different. This is so fucking annoying. So let's make it volume. Which one's this one? Sound effects. Let's do volume and then the name of the group. So vol SFX, vol music, and vol master. This is so fucking dumb. Okay. So now we have to change this. So what I'm going to do instead is... master SFX music. So we can say vol plus label. Vol plus label. Alright, let's try it now. Good God. I could have sworn that was working though a second ago. when I first changed them all to volume, but maybe I only tested master. I don't know. Right, music does music. Sound effects does sound effects. Master does master at last. Okay, so now we know how that works. So we have to right click on the word volume, expose the parameter. It'll create my exposed parameter. They need to have unique names, otherwise it doesn't work. So the way I've done it is I've basically just started it with vol and then the name of my group, so that I don't have to manually type every single parameter into every single mixer. I know there's only 3, but still. And instead my code just uses the label, because the label is the name of the group anyway, so win-win. So that's all working now, thank God. Okay, so we've got our audio controls and they're working. That's nice. Let's have a look at our list again of settings. So we did this. We did this. Let's zoom in a little bit. We did this. We did this. We did this. Now we want look sensitivity, which we can use one of those sliders for. Look sensitivity. So for this, we're going to have keyboard X, keyboard Y, gamepad X, and gamepad Y. And we might be starting to run out of space. Yeah, we might be. We can shrink all that down though. We could even add a scroll bar here if we wanted to, so we could make it so that let's just pack them together for now. I'd rather get them all on one screen, to be honest. I might need some more space for these. What I might need to do, let me have a look at what I need to type first. So I want to say look sensitivity. Yeah, I'm going to need to really fuck with this text in order to get it to fit. Typically they will say like horizontal, actually. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do for this is make the slider shorter. So I'm kind of going to have to. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay, look sensitivity, mouse horizontal. Because we also need to fit gamepad. Does gamepad fit in that text? I could put pad. Yeah, I don't want to make it any smaller than that. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, rather than K, it's really the mouse. So I'll put M for mouse, G for gamepad. Actually, I'm going to delete these because I had to fuck with that one. So I'm going to duplicate that one. Okay, so I can mouse Y, gamepad X, gamepad Y. Okay. Also, we've got a slight problem now. Our label is one string in the inspector, which will overwrite the settings for this here. And we use the line break. So what we're going to need to do, I'll show you what we need to do in a second. We need to manually add a line break in there. I'll show you how to do it. Okay, so we want, for now, oh yeah, it's already got that in it anywhere. So this one needs to say vertical. This one needs to say, I'd rather it said gamepad. I might just put gamepad hit horrors. Because it's kind of obvious from the context above, right, what that is. Okay, how much do we have to squish it to get it to fit? There we go, not that much. Okay. Okay. So because we have our label, which overrides these anywhere, but I want to type them in here so I can see how they look, and I had to make them fit and stuff, right? So what we need to do is we need to add the line break as a line break kind of instruction sort of thing. So how we do that, if we go into Notepad real quick. So first one is mouse X. So it's this one. So basically a line break is \n. It basically a \n. I don't know if it'll work like that in the inspector, I guess we'll find out. A \n should insert a line break there. So we want to grab the \n, put it in our label, and then that should give us a line break. If it doesn't, then it's because \n shortcut, for whatever reason, doesn't translate when it goes in a public inspector like that. I think it will, though. If it doesn't, we can come up with our own shortcut, and then we'll just do a simple replacement on it. So let's just do all these first. Well, let's find out if that works first before we do them all. So I'm just going to run it. Yeah, those ones changed to music because we haven't updated their labels yet. But it put the line break in for us, right? You can see it there. So that's correct. So the line breaks are working. So we'll carry on. So mouse vertical. So we just want to \n. Bring that line up. I'll just zoom in so you can see. And where's my label? There it is. And just rinse and repeat. Last but not least. Okay, let's hit play, make sure they all look good. Okay. So at the moment, we have two types of sliders, right? We have volume control sliders, which control the volume, funny enough. What a novel idea. And then we have non-volume sliders, which at the moment all want to adjust sensitivity settings. Yeah, I don't see any other slider controls that we need currently, so let's just nest it out like that. So if we go into our sensitivity script, right, so we can see our retrieve current value from the mixer if the audio group is not null. And we can put an else condition in here to retrieve input sensitivity. So this is what we were working on earlier, right? The problem at the moment is that our sensitivity settings are being directly piped into the input controller. Now, luckily, so we need somewhere to put them where we can get to them easily. We can then feed those into the input system, and then we can feed them back to this UI so that they can all connect together. So luckily, I have a control manager which sits on my system manager, which is the perfect place to put it because this is about all of our controls. And so what I'm going to do is we can have them publicly exposed for now. I'm going to add 4 float values, and we're going to have mouse X, mouse Y, pad X, and pad Y. Boop. So the first thing I'm going to do is in my third person controller script here, these are the settings that we liked. So the first thing I'm going to do is put these numbers in so that they become the default settings. So let me just bring those up. So we wanted 0.5 F on both X and Y. And on pad we want 250 on the X and 120 on the Y. So there we go. Beautiful. So now what we can do is we can set these values directly from the control system. So we just need to say system control, there we go, mouse X, system control mouse Y. System control pad X. System control pad Y. There we go. Those settings are now inherited directly from our control system. And if we want to test that, and of course I do, so let me just close. Let me just do a quick run. So I'm going to close the menu for now. I want to open my two start scenes so we can get into an actual game. And I'm going to get into my control system, just so I can play with these values and make sure that they are being applied in real time. They should be. Okay, so there's our mouse. If I set it to some really stupid low value, yep, I have to move my mouse to China just to get it to rotate the camera. So we know that's working. And pad X feels like this. So let's do the same to that. Let's set them to like 1, 1. Look how slow that is. That's how it that's what it was like when I first tried to set this up. So there we go. We just proved that our values are being applied directly to the control, to the third person controller. So now we can link all of that to our toggle. It's not a toggle, it's a slider, sorry. Right, so we already said if it's not a mixer group, then it must be an input system. So what we need to do now is, in the same way that we defined a mixer group in the inspector, what we can do we need input action input system. What we can do is we can do a public inputs. Actually, no, we're not using the input system, are we? We want full. For some reason, I was thinking, why am I making those noises? Because I'm crazy. For some reason I was thinking we'd be using the input system for this, but we're not, because we've put these overrides directly into our third person controller. So we're actually bypassing the input system altogether. We're actually doing it on our control system instead. So there isn't anything we can reference to indicate which device and which direction we want to be in. Which is a little bit awkward. Okay, so we'll do a state machine driver instead. So I'm going to call it input ref. I'll just call it input reference. And here in my comments, I'm just going to say what each number represents. So number 0, well, we'll say 0 is none or whatever. We'll start at 1. So 1 is going to be mouse X. 2 is going to be mouse Y. 3 is going to be pad X. And 4 is going to be pad Y. Okay. And so instead, I'm going to say, we could do an else if, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to say if input reference, yeah, it should be an else if really. All right, else if input reference is greater than 0, then here we can figure out what we're doing with input references. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need is access to our control system, which we can get to using our wonderful system manager. That is like an absolute godsend. I'm never doing any game in Unity without one of these ever again as long as I live. It's just so good. Okay, so system equals game object find core get component system manager, and from there now we can say okay, system control mouse X equals current value, isn't it? Yeah, current value. Oh, this is the other way around. This is pulling. Yeah, this is pulling, setting current value. This is actually the other way around. So actually, this is current value equals. But this is how we'll do it when we're doing it the other way around. So let's not get it twisted. At the moment, we are setting the slider to the current representation of the values. Now, here's the other thing, right? For this to work, we need to have sensible values. We need to figure out what our minimum and our maximum is going to be. It's going to be different for each scheme. Okay, so we just keep going until we have all of those. So we know that 2 is mouse Y, 3 is pad X, and 4 is pad Y. So there we go. That's setting the slider to the current value. And then when we upgrade, so this is an else if, input ref is greater than 0. And we're going to say the other way around here. So if input ref is 1, then system control mouse X equals current value, and same as before for 2, 3, and 4. Mouse Y, pad X, pad Y. Why did that happen? I must have forgot to put up. Okay. Okay, save that. Okay, so now everything we need to do is in the inspector. We need to, first of all, set the inputs to the inputs, right? So close these. Let's open our menu. And let's go to our controls for our inputs and make sure they're set correctly. So the way I set it up is I set it up so that this one is input ref 1, this one's input ref 2, this one's input ref 3, and this one's input ref 4. And all of them want no audio mixer group, otherwise they'll think they're mixer group controls. So there we go. So now those should be set to automatically link to their corresponding values that they're meant to be interfering with. And if we look at our default values again, let me just lock this panel a second and make a quick new tab. Make a new tab. Inspector. Inspector. Okay, so our default values was 0.5, 0.5 on the mouse. So that felt like a good setting. To be completely honest, even all the way at 0.0001, like some people might want like that or whatever, but I think a sensible low value is probably like 0.05. So the reason I want these open is so that I can just go in and on my
Here's
mouse.
a joke. At the boxing match, the dad got into the popcorn line and the line for hot dogs, but he wanted to stay out of the punch line. LOL.
What? Oh, the punch line. Oh, Jesus Christ. Help. Send help. Send help. Send help. Okay, so our left value, our minimum value that we want to set this to, these are floats, I take it. I think they are. Let's hope they are. We're about to find out. Oh shit! Did I? Oh, no. It's because I locked. Okay, let me just unlock that one. Go to this, and lock that one, and then we can go back to. I should have locked them both. Yeah, so 0.05, I think. We can tweak these as much as we want, obviously. And if mouse is as sensitive as it is at 0.5, like I can't imagine really wanting to go more sensitive than 2 at the absolute most, I would think. All right, and then we want to do the same for gamepad. So our gamepad, I think, comfortably is like at about 250x, 120y. Not everybody likes that sort of half and half thing, though. I do. I think it's good. People complain about it in Genshin sometimes, but I think it makes sense because your screen's like twice as wide as it is high, and you don't really look up and down as much. So I think it makes sense to have half the sensitivity in the Y, but not everybody likes that. Anyway, I'm waffling. But if a comfortable value is sort of 250, 120, I don't know, maybe the lowest value is going to be about 50, I would think. And then the highest value is going to be maybe about 3. Now, I like it quite sensitive, so let's try 300. All right, so suck it and see, as they say. So the only way to really know now is to... We don't have a way of bringing that menu up yet, actually. I could leave it open. Should be fine. Let's close this tab. Yeah, just leave it open. I want to see how that feels to adjust. Okay, so if I want to... Right, now apparently that doesn't make sense, right? Okay, so something went wrong because these sliders should be like somewhere in the middle. I think they are actually. Yeah, okay, so the only thing that didn't work is when it was showing us, it should have showed us what they were currently set to on enable, but that didn't work for some reason. But these are affecting it, I can tell. So on the lowest sensitivity on mouse, that gives us this, which is incredibly low. So I think that's probably fine. On the highest sensitivity, it feels incredibly high. So that seems fine. I think people can find their comfort spot somewhere in that range. Probably. Hopefully. I think if anything, it might be a little bit... The max might be a little bit too high. Maybe. Everyone's mouse is different though, so it's kind of hard to say. Gamepad, these are set to minimum. That's very slow. On maximum. Why won't it let me? It won't let me click that. You bastard! Why won't you let me click that? Okay, what? I don't understand. It's since I moved the gamepad. What the hell? I don't understand why it doesn't let me click that now. It's Windows. Windows. No, it's not Windows cursor. Eh? It's since I used the gamepad for the first time. Now it won't let me grab those sliders. I think I know what it is. If I go to, is it on Play Controller? Use cursor for lock, cursor locked. If I untick those, yeah. So we might want to make sure these get unticked when our settings menu opens. This is on highest. Okay, so I need to put those back on now. Yeah. Those are on highest sensitivity. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, seems fine. They're not that high. If anything, I would say the gamepad max wants to be up a little bit and the mouse max wants to be down a little bit. So I think 1.5 on the mouse and 350 on the gamepad. I think that should be fine. Okay, and what we should also do, we haven't got a settings script yet. So before I forget, should this be part of core? Not necessarily. I'll just put it in scripts. I like to put stuff in core just because this is getting a bit busy. I could put it in core UI, I guess. Okay. Menu settings. Right, so before I forget, I think I have a reference to that through my... That is starter assets inputs. I have a reference to that through... We still need the namespace though. So we need to be using starter assets. We'll do an on enable and on disable. Just get rid of that for now. So I want to say I need a sys equals game object find core. It's, you know what, probably, mind you, the performance is absolutely fine for this. But I think that actually results, well, I know in Windows builds, it results in a call out to the C++ binaries. I'm not sure about WebGL. Because WebGL won't have C++ binaries, I would have thought. At least I don't think it does. Maybe it does. I have no idea. So really, what I should be doing every time I've been tempted, you know what, let me do this. I don't know if that's true or not. I know it's true in Windows though, and to be fair, my performance is like 300 FPS, so I don't need to worry about it. Performance. But I do think that the performance would be better if I just publicly link my system controller on every single script that references it, which is pretty much every single script. Because then we never make callouts to the C++ binaries, which is a slow it's a slow, time-consuming thing for Unity to do, which is why it's bad practice to like if you were to put in update like game object find and then you find all your stuff that way. Because for a while I was programming pretty much everything like that, and I wondered why my fucking performance was trash. And I watched somebody's video once that explained that that's really bad and why it's really bad. And then I went and changed my script. It was in my Scouts on a script. I went and removed all the references like that, and I went from like 50 FPS up to like 150. It was crazy. I was like, holy shit, that really does make a difference. So since then I try to avoid it, but since I created this new system manager thing, I do the game object find, because I think, well, as long as it's not an update, it should be fine. But really, I think it's always good to try and make it perform as best as it can. So yeah, really, I think I should avoid doing that, and I should just publicly link the system manager in every single script. Because I think it's better performance. Again, for this, it doesn't. I'm like literally 300 FPS, so like I don't think I need to worry about it. But some people have slow devices, and you know, probably adds up. Anyway, tangent, but I'm trying to get into best practice that I can for everything, because why not? Okay, so for menu settings, basically what I want to do is I want to say system, and I don't think it would result in a call out to the binaries going through system, because system's got it publicly linked already, so it should be able to get to it, right? But basically it has to do like this search thing to find things, and it has to do it through the C++ binaries, and it's slow. If you use game object find a lot. So yeah, I should probably replace all my system manager references to public references in the scripts themselves, because it wouldn't take me long. It would probably take me like 10 minutes to do, and it might give me even better performance. I don't know. Anyway, so basically all we want to do is we want to change our system starter assets inputs. So on my control manager I have a reference to that, SAS inputs, and I can say use cursor locked equals false. Wait, on enable, yeah. And also system control starter assets inputs, cursor for look is also false, and then we want to revert those on disable. Apparently we didn't need starter assets for that. I wonder if it's because system control knows about it. That's weird. So does that mean you don't need the namespace? Because I would have needed the namespace otherwise, right? Let me just test something. No, it knows about it. Weird. Huh. Strange. I thought you needed starter assets for that. I don't know. Weird. Right, so there's my system manager. And I remember to enable and disable cursor for look when we unenable and disable, so I don't forget later. So yeah, I think that's like good for now. There's like there was one other thing. Where is it? Gamepad prompts. Oh, another thing. Okay, so then there are some other things, right? Yeah, Bloom on and off doesn't do anything yet. We never actually.
Pika says, "Hi, Cappy."
Hello, Pika. How are you? Bloom doesn't do anything yet, but we could make that happen. So that is a script on my camera because I'm using this cool little thing. So we can have that turn on and off. And then I want gamepad prompts, and then there's like show controls. So let's get all the UI together first. Because there's only one more thing, which is show gamepad prompts, but we need a special kind of toggle for that. So I'm going to use the show controls because it's just above there. I'm going to unpack this prefab completely. And this is going to be pad prompts. Okay, so pad prompts is going to be gamepad. Go on, I'll say prompts, and then we're going to have to size this down to make it fit. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why, Unity? Why? Why are you like this? There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit different. In that I guess we could say dual sense.
I'm doing okay tonight, thanks for asking, and I checked my WoW wish history and I was just under 20 pulls short to soft pity for a guaranteed 5-star character.
19 and 19. Just under what? Under 20 balls. You must have done a lot more than I did then.
DualSense controllers are great for gaming.
Yep, they're my favorite. Okay, and then what I like to do I can grab this from my setup actually. So my setup, I already did this. It's on start. Setup. Gamepad. Control gamepad. Gamepad help. Prompt D, prompt X. Okay, it would be these ones, I think. So if I copy those, I don't know where these are going to paste. Where the fuck are those? The fuck are they doing over there?
Well, I spent all my wishes on her launch day, which was 70 pulls in gems plus the maintenance and server gems plus the monthly reset pulls, and I did only a single 10 pull on the weapon banner too.
Why is that behind there though? Oh, it's not. It's just behind that one underneath. Okay. And why is that over there? I am so confused. If its parents there we go, that would be better. What the fuck is happening? Its parent is there. What? Okay, that's better. Because we're low on space, I can knit these tighter together. Make them a little bit bigger. Okay, now I need to do the same with PlayStation.
Today in WoW I completed the new main White Cat quest and I only got one level bundle pack left to open since I got to Union level 75 on the U server.
Okay, these ones are behaving much better than the Xbox ones, I don't know why. These ones are actually yeah, doing a much better job of staying where they should. Okay. So make sure those work and we can toggle between them.
At Placelia lighten things up by giving us a fun fact.
Right, I can't get
Did
to
you know
them.
that the first video game ever made was Pong, released in 1972?
Right, so the raycasts are being blocked. So it might be the TM Pros. Let's resize those. Okay, can I get to it now? Getting some kind of null
Pika
reference.
asks, how's your project going so far today?
Yeah, it's going good. It just takes time. I still can't get to the I still can't get to the raycasts. Oh, we try that again. What is this? Menu settings, control, SAS inputs, cursor select equals false. Okay, so the reason for that is because I publicly linked my script. I'm pretty sure I remember doing it. Yeah. So basically, starter assets inputs hasn't had time to find it yet, but you would never open the game in settings anywhere, so I'm just going to disable that component for now. I don't think that'll be interfering with the buttons though. I think it's got to be the images that are blocking it. I think what we can do is we could put them on ignore raycast because these ones are still working. Oh, that's working now. Okay, maybe that error was stopping it then. Okay, that they don't actually block the raycast. That's good news. Okay, so I can switch between those now. All right, brilliant. So that's all our interface set up. So now we just need to wire up.
In Genshin, they launched another web event focusing on their new 4-star character today,
these are wired
which gives
up.
40 primos for completing it.
These are wired up, but they're not retrieving the values, so we need to find out why they're not retrieving the values. A web event? I don't do those. I'm too busy. Okay. You never get a lot of primos for those anywhere. And a new 4-star character. Yeah, 40 primos. Come on. It's not worth it. Who's the new 4-star character? The dude. It's the dude, isn't it? Right, so for some reason our toggle isn't... Our slider isn't working for this one here. It probably is if this script is opened later. So here's what I think is happening, and we can test this. See, you wouldn't normally open the menu at the launch of the game, right? The player opens it later on. So it's probably that our main core systems haven't had a chance to initialize yet. So if we open it now, it still doesn't work now. So there's something else is wrong with it then. Interesting.
No, it's a girl character, their next 4-star, but all the 5 stars are dude's next version.
What she look like? Can you send me a link or something? Genshin new 4-star. Who the hell is it then? Oh, for fuck's sake. So who is it? I don't want to spend fucking 20 minutes looking for it. Right, I've got stuff to do. Is she on the launch or anything? I don't think she's on the launch because I had a look at it this morning, but I haven't been in for weeks, probably.
HTTPS posted a link.
Thank you. Who the hell is it? Do I recognize her? What? The fucking pirate girl's a 4-star. That's surprising. I thought she was a 5-star. Yeah, because I've seen like thumbnails from her this morning and stuff, but I thought she was I thought she was the next 5-star. I'm very surprised she's only a 4-star. I'm very surprised. I don't understand why that's not working. Yeah, so let's make that a public reference now for each of these, just to see if... It shouldn't really matter. I do think I should probably do that, though, to increase performance. I don't need these freaking comments about fucking audio levels. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so I think what's happening is the current value is being set. So if you look at what it's doing on the audio mixer group, it does this thing where it says slider.value equals math inverse. So we probably need to do that as well. So we can do that there. I don't know why initial value.
If you want the next 4-star character, then you'll need to risk getting the new 5-star dude or liney.
Oh, initial value. It would just be current value though, wouldn't it? Well, let's see if that works. Null reference exception. Oh yeah, I didn't set the new. All sliders now need this. What's a toggle? Okay, let's try now. There we go. Okay, it's working. Yep, so this is where our current settings are for the default X, mouse Y, gamepad X, and gamepad Y. Yeah, that makes sense because I do have a less sensitive Y than an X. Yeah, that seems fine. That seems fine, honestly. Okay, beautiful. So that's working now. Oh, let's have a quick look.
Characters for Genshin 5.2 are bow characters.
I actually like bow characters though. But I've got Siege Rune, I don't need another one. Have a quick look. I need a Wii. Also, we don't have Chrome open, which would be why I'm probably not getting subtitles right now. That's not my homepage. What the fuck? Seriously, Chrome? You've got a homepage set? Are you fucking kidding me right now? It's like, look, I can't remember what it is, but it's localhost like port 5, whatever. Oh, for fuck's sake, Chrome! This is set as your homepage. Why the hell didn't you go there? I can't remember what it is. I've got enough to do. On startup, open a specific page, localhost 5000, and you didn't load it. You little bitch. There. For fuck's sake. Right. Oh my god, will you just let me... Chrome's already starting to piss me off. Right, let's minimize that. I don't know, I probably don't have any polls though, that's the thing.
Genshin have released a bunch of videos on their new 4-star character.
Really? Oh my god, my legs.
HTTPS posted a link.
I don't care.
Collect M video.
I probably don't even have any polls.
Character teaser.
I don't care. I'll look at it later.
HTTPS posted a link.
I don't want any video links on characters right now. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh my god, my body. Oh, so you all do.
It looks like you're now playing
No.
Genshin Impact. Would you like me to update the stream?
No, because I'm not. Yeah, the thing is, I don't have any polls, so I can't really do anything. Why is that still lit up? I need time to play this now. Automatic board camera angle correction sailing. Yeah, like 79 Primo Gems. Unless have I got the, did I do the monthly reset ones? I mean, that was fucking 2 weeks ago, so I probably did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got no Primo Gems. I can't.
I forgot to tell you they released a survey today too.
Where's... She's not on here though. So she's not out yet then. You made it sound like she was out now. It's this weird dude. So it's not now then. I could have sworn you said so. Oh god, so it's not even now. God damn it, I wish you'd have made that more clear. Same boring Genshin that I was in the other day. Well, not the other day, it was probably a couple of weeks ago. The game like hasn't changed at all, like since fucking a month ago or whenever I looked in. I mean, I love Genshin, but god damn it gets fucking stagnant. Jesus Christ. Right, I need to pee, and then I'll finish wiring up the thing.
No, Genshin 5.2 was still on Genshin 5.1 until November 20th.
Yeah, but I already explained this to you, right? Those numbers don't mean anything to me. You could tell me that in 5.86, right, Hu Tao's going to give us a blowjob. And, like, I don't know. That doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, apart from the Hu Tao giving me a blowjob. But, like, do you see what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't know what number we're on now. I don't think about numbers like you do. I don't memorize those numbers. So I just, like, if you'd have said in the next patch there's a new 4-star, then that would make sense to me because I know what the next patch is. It's the next patch, right? But unless you know what number you're at at every single step of the way, you don't. Those numbers don't mean anything, right? Like if I said to you, you can play this game, Pika, when I do build 387, but I don't tell you what build I'm up to now. You have no point of reference. You don't know how far away that is. It doesn't mean anything to you. Build 387 could be tomorrow, or it could be 2 years from now. Who knows? So that's the issue when you say you always talk in these numbers, and these numbers don't mean anything to me. I don't memorize the numbers of the patches. I just don't. So I go by like this patch, next big update, and that's kind of like, you know, how I understand the sort of thing that you're talking about. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ, did you hear my back there? Oh, God, it must have popped like
I did refer
20
to you
bonds.
by saying next version.
You probably did. Look, I'm just really busy. I think you know that. But I thought you were saying she was out now. I think it's also because you are obsessed with tomorrow. You never talk about today. So you're always talking about tomorrow like it's today, like it's the be all end all. And I'm not saying this is a you thing. It's like that's kind of how culture is now, but it drives me nuts because I care about what's happening now, right? I want to live in the present. I don't want to constantly worry about the next thing. Like sometimes, yeah, okay, you have to look for, you have to like think about, okay, well, there's a character upcoming and I need to save them and blah blah blah. To some degree, you have to take it into consideration. But it's like all anybody cares about, and this is a culture thing. Again, I'm not having to go at you specifically, but this is what always drives me mad about the internet and about gaming culture in general, right? I have seen thumbnails. I've been waiting for a character like Kokomi to go live. And then somebody will start posting thumbnails about the character after Kokomi 3 days before she comes out. And on the day she comes out, everybody's already posting thumbnails about the next character. And it's like, Jesus Christ, like, I haven't had her for a day yet. And everybody's just obsessed with the next character that's coming out. And it's like, I want to enjoy the character that's out now. This is the current character that I care about. And it's like, but people are always looking at like, what's next? What's next? What's next? And I understand why the internet works like that. The internet works like that because the algorithm is set up in such a way that if you're late to the party, like you fall behind and everybody wants views, everybody's trying to make money. So it's like the way like shitty tabloid, that's kind of what happened to shitty tabloid journalism, right? Everybody wanted to be the first to this, the next to that, the first to that. And that's kind of how like YouTube algorithms and stuff are as well. But like content creators already do that. I don't think we should be like, we shouldn't live our lives like that as consumers because it's just terrible. You never enjoy the present. You never you never enjoy what's here now. You're always like too busy looking at what's next. But the reason content creators do that is because they want a paycheck and they're trying to put money on the table or whatever. So I understand why they do it. I think it's shit that they have to do that though. But I think as like viewers, as consumers, as players, you know what I mean? We should maybe stop and smell the roses before we're like looking at what's 3 weeks away from now. But yeah, that's just kind of how internet culture is. It just drives me nuts because it's like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Can we not enjoy what's out now? Can we not just take a few days to enjoy the latest character before we're talking about what's next and what's next and what's next and what's next? And it's like, oh my god. It just drives me mad. Kind of drives me mad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think about any of that stuff right now. It's harder to think about what's next as well because I'm just so busy right now that it's... The most I can really do is just react to something now, right? Because I'm that busy. So all I can really do is say, well, what's that? There's a free 10 pull if you're logging into Genshin right now. Oh, God, I guess I'll do that right now then. Like, that's useful and I can react to that and I can do something about that. But if people are like, okay, there's a character and it's 2 weeks from now and maybe you need it and maybe you don't, it's like, I can't think about any of that right now because it's too far away.
When people only care about new characters, then they will start talking about those characters in the second phase of Genshin 5.1, since it's only a number of weeks away until they release, plus Genshin 5.3 drip market still needs to come out too.
I would explain the reason people do it on the likes of YouTube is because they have to be the first to do it, because otherwise they lose massive amounts of views and they don't make money. But I'm saying, we're not all content creators, and as players, I don't think we should get swept away by that too much, because it kind of ruins the experience, to be honest. It reminds me of this. There was like a spoof video that what did they call it? What did they call that fucking thing? The Onion. Was it the Onion? I can't remember what it's called. I think it was called the Onion. They used to make these like spoof films and things, and they did one about it was like supposed to be Apple computers, but they were obviously not called Apple computers. But you could tell it was supposed to be Apple computers, and like basically the guy. As the guy's buying the latest model, like the new model comes out, and it's like, oh, you've got the old model, and he's like, but you just said this was the new model, and it's like, oh, there's a new one out now, and it's like, yeah, it's just nuts.
Pika asks, did you really uninstall WoW over losing the 50-50 to Camellia?
Yeah. Because I wasn't enjoying the game to begin with. So I'm not fucking around with that. If there's literally no reason for me to play now. Oh my god, I can't believe how tired my body is. I still haven't had a really good night's sleep for a while. Alright, I said I needed to pee about half an hour ago. I still needed to pee this whole time. And my body's like, oh my god, I don't know if I can find the energy to get up. Alright. Well, I have to. Ugh. Otherwise, I'll leave a big puddle on the sofa. Alright. What is it? 1:30. Oh my god. Why is that pillow? All right, menu. Okay, so full screen on and off should obviously turn the full screen on and off. So what we'll do is on the toggles, we can do specific functionality based off of its label, and we know which version it is then, right? We shouldn't do it as a start either, we should do it as an on enable. And the same goes for the slider. Right. So that way what we can do is we can say...
Time for a fun fact. The Shawn Mendes EP reached #1 on iTunes in 37 minutes. Woowa might be a dead game after December 5th, depending on if Infinity Nikki gets off the ground.
Infinity Nikki isn't even competing in the same space as Woowa. Are you kidding me? They couldn't be more different. You know, one is a dress-up game for girls and the other one is a combat freaking action game. They couldn't be more different from each other. Trust me, they do not have the same target audience. Not even close. Get us set. Okay, so that should let us query whether the screen is currently in full screen or not. I think. But what we should probably do... Right, so when our slider, because we need to, okay, there are a few issues, right? Is that, so these control the volume sliders for the 3 individual mixers for the game, right? And these control sensitivity settings, but because this is a Unity embedded system, and we've only changed the Unity part of it, right? But these were our own values and overrides. Essentially what we did is we stored values in our control system, and we can then use those values to save against save settings for the player. But we don't have anything in the mixer controls themselves.
According to what I heard online, Infinity Nikki will never have power creep since everyone is on the same level to begin with.
I suppose what we could do is we could actually just record, we could just save the current mixer volume settings directly from the mixer, I guess. I suppose we wouldn't really need to store them anywhere else. Essentially, what we need to do, right, is where our keys, our save pairs, have a save pair here called game settings, and the value string here as a CSV, we need to record all the information about the current settings from the player here, and then we need to activate this so that it sends a server synchronization over to Unity Gaming Services. These look a little bit. I'm holding shift down. Why won't it let me multiple select those? Yeah, it didn't look like they were all selected, that's all. Yeah, they just looked a little bit off to me. There we go. So the question is now, how do we flag settings when one of these is changed? I suppose the best way to do it actually is on disable. So when the settings window is closed, then we take whatever all those settings values are and then we cast them over to the settings manager and then we save those settings. That's actually a really good idea. Okay, that's what we'll do then. So if we go into our settings script, right, so on disable, what we want to do here is we want to take all of the values from all of our controls and we want to store them in some kind of rereadable format for the settings. Right, so how do we do that? Well, we need to look at each setting control and figure out what kind of values these will return, and then we'll know what kind of values we'll be storing. So I'm going to make a second column here. Where we can say, right, so this is a toggle on or off, so this would be a bool, right? So that's going to be a bool. This is a bloom on or off, that's also going to be a bool. Master volume is a float because it's a value that ranges from 0 to 1. Actually, it's not. No. Volume's not 0 to 1. Volume is negative 80 to 0, but it's still a float. So it's actually negative 80 to 0. We'll put a call on. And these are the same for these other volume controls. Look sensitivity is, they're also floats. We don't really need to know the ranges. I'll just put float. Gamepad prompts is, it's kind of, because it's using a toggle, we can use a bool for it. It's basically on or off, and what we'll basically say is on or off with respect to dual sense. And then show controls is on or off, which is a bool. Okay, so now we can see what kind of structure we want our key value thing to have. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll build a string. So what we're going to do is we're going to define a string called settings data, and this is going to need to have like hash separated values or something like that. Probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, so this tells us what things we get. That's from a toggle. Right, so I'm going to put in here the object that we get it from. So that's from a toggle. That's from a toggle. That's from a slider. That's from a slider. That's from a slider. That's from a slider. Don't forget there's 4 of these times 4. And then prompts is a toggle. And show controls is a toggle. I don't know why I put R for toggle. Okay, so what we can do is declare each and every one of these and link them. So we need a public reference. It's a control toggle for full screen. Our next one is a control toggle for bloom. Our next one is a control slider for
Pika asks, will you
master
ever return
volume.
to WoA in the future if they released a new region, or have you given up on the game completed and will never ever return?
I don't know, Pika. I don't know. Right, so we've got master, SFX, and a music is the next one. Music. I had that right. I don't know why it changed it. Okay, there's music. Now look sensitivity is a slider. So we want to control slider. Look sensitivity. But actually look sensitivity. So we'll put look mouse X. We've got 4 of these, don't forget. So we want look mouse X, look mouse Y. We need look pad X and look pad Y. Okay, that's our look sensitivities. Then we've got gamepad prompts, which is a toggle. So we need public control toggle, which is prompts, pad prompts. And then finally show controls, which is also a toggle. So this one is show controls. I'll just call it show controls like that. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is make sure we link all of those correctly in Inspector if we have any hope in hell that this is going to work. It will work, it's just a pain in the ass to set up. Okay, so full screen toggle. So there's our full screen toggle. Bloom toggle is there. Volume master is there. Close that. Volume SFX is there. Close that. Volume music is there. Close that. Look sensitivity mouse X is there. Mouse Y is there. I just accidentally clicked off there, which I didn't mean to do. So let's click it back. There we go. Gamepad X is there. Gamepad Y is there.
Will you still play no games until your Unity project is finished in February 2025, or are you going to jump into a game once in a while in that period?
Show control. Your questions are insane. I never said I wasn't playing any games ever until the game's finished. That's not what I said. I said games are not I said my number 1 priority right now is this project, which it is, because this is time limited. I'm still going to play games, but I'm going to play them a lot less than I have been because I've got a deadline to hit. So I'm still going to play games. It's just I'm going to wait until there's something to actually play that, you know, I feel is worth taking a little break and playing. Yeah, as of right now, I don't know what that will be or when that will be. I just know. Yeah, I'm going to have to be very... careful with my time, I guess. Very efficient with my time. Okay, so there's our sliders all set up. I think that's looking pretty good. Our full screen on and off. Bloom on or off doesn't do anything yet. So what we're basically doing is we're going to grab all of these values. So we say settings data. So let's bring our data thing back up. Right. So what we need to do now is we need to say settings data equals settings data plus okay, you know what's going to make this easier is if I grab these lists of controls and put these on my left. It's going to make this easier because I need to refer to them. There we go. So I can see them. There we go. That's better. Okay, so now I can see plus full screen dot is on. Right, with toggles it's is on. Right.
Pika asks, do you think Genshin 5.2 is definitely worth your time, or are you considering it as another filter patch?
The next one is Bloom is on. So these will return trues or falses. Also, we need to add a split delimiter. Shit. It would be better to do it like that. So it will return full screen is on, which will either be true or false. Then it'll add the split. Then it will do Bloom is on after the fact. Okay, that's fine. Right, let me read your question again. I had to concentrate on that. Do I think Genshin 5.2 is definitely worth your time? I don't know yet. I haven't really looked at it. I don't know. I'll jump in and feel it out, see how I feel. Until I jump in and feel it out, I don't know. Sometimes these things are overhyped. Sometimes they're worth it. And again, I don't know. Like, depends. Like, it depends how burnt out am I. When do I feel like I need a break? I can't answer any of that right now because I just don't know. Right? I need to just see how it goes. So full screen Bloom are toggles. Now master is a slider. So there is no master is on, but it should be master current value. There we go. Okay, that should be fine. So then the next one is SFX current value. SFX current value. The next one is music current value. Music current value. Look mouse X is also a slider, so we can get the current values for those. Look mouse X. Look mouse Y. Shit. And then this is look pad X. And then look pad Y. Okay, and then we want pad prompts and show controls. So we want pad prompts is a toggle, so it's pad prompts is on. Pad prompts is on.
I think Genshin's next patch is focusing on a lot of exploration than a lot of content to do in the 3 new areas.
And this one is show controls is on. Show controls is on. There we go. So now what we've got is we've got the string structure that we want with a hash delimiter which separates those values, and we need to now write those into our game settings key for the save pairs, right? So do I have access to system? I do. So we can say system cloud save pairs at position 0 is our game settings dot value equals settings data. Then what we want to do is we want to grab that game object, we want to disable it and then enable it, because that object will then take its contained data and push it to the cloud, because that's how we set it up. So we basically say save pairs dot game object dot set active. Just to be extra safe, we'll set it to false first and then true, just so that we can guarantee that on enable is going to run. Honestly, it's completely unnecessary, but it's just to be completely, totally safe. So what that should do now is whatever we set our settings to, and we can test this, whatever we set our settings to, it's going to pull those settings in from the UI elements, push them to the cloud object, and enable the cloud object so that we now synchronize those settings with the server. And that's when we on-disable settings script. Okay, so let's save that. And we can test this. All right. So I'm going to run it. I'm going to open settings. All right, so full screen says it's off right now, so we can turn that on. Bloom's on. We haven't managed to connect that to Bloom yet, but let me get the data part sorted first. Let's set the volume to some weird values. I don't know, we'll put the master there, the sound effects there, we'll put the music there. Look sensitivities, I don't know, put one there, put that one there, that one there. It's set to dual sense, which is correct actually, but yeah, we haven't programmed that. That must just be what it defaults. Oh yeah, that's defaulted to that in the inspector, I think. That's fine. We'll just say off and off. We'll just put these on their opposites. Okay, and then if we check our keys, if we close this window now, what we should see, there we go, saved player data, key, game settings, correct, value, true, hash, false, hash, 22.19606, hash, negative 45.9. These are all our settings, right? And if we check our game settings key, we can see that that now has that value stored in it. And if we check with our dashboard in Unity, player data, cloud save. Player data, 8:00 AM, that's me. We now have game settings, and it's saved all our game settings for our game, which is nice. Okay, so now we need a way to pull those save settings out when the game launches and start applying them. Well, for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply them. So the thing is here, it's kind of weird, right? There are many ways to do this. The best way to do it is to apply the settings to the individual controls that they are meant to control, and then have the UI read those values from the controls and then represent those controller values. Because another way of doing it is to get the saved data to reflect the settings on the UI, and then either get the UI to apply the settings to the individual controls, which it kind of has to do anyway, to a sense, because we need to sort of telegraph to the player what it is that they're changing. That might be easier. Okay, you know what? That might be easier. That's not a bad way of doing it, actually. Here's why. Because what we can do is we can give the settings menu a public function. Okay, we can give the settings script, menu settings, a public function called apply settings that takes a settings data string like this. So what we can do when we load our data back off the server is we can pass this string to the settings data and have the settings data not only update its UI elements but talk to all of the individual controls and apply those settings, because it gives us a nice central point to do that from. So I think that's actually a good idea. That's not how I would have normally done it, but I think this is a much better way of doing it, actually. Yes, I like that a lot. Okay, so what we need to do is the opposite of what we just did here, kind of, in a weird... Well, not really. We're taking a string in with settings data, and we're going to apply each individual setting. So if we get our list back, we can see what data structure it's in, right? So the first thing we need to do is create a string array, which we'll call split data, which wants to equal settings data, and we want to split that using the hash delimiter that we set previously. So now we should have an array of all the different entries, right? So the first one is full screen, and that's going to be a bool. So let's declare all our variables first so we can see what the hell each thing is, right? So I'll say, let's start with dat, and then we'll say what it is. So dat full screen wants to equal, and we're going to need system for this, really, because we're going to need to call on it a lot. So using system, convert to Boolean, and it literally said it there for us, split data at position 0. So now we should have a Boolean value of full screen true or false, which was inherited from the settings data object that we were passed. It's not really an object, it's a string, but it's kind of like an object. All right, so our next one is another toggle. So this is another bool. So it's bloom. So dat bloom wants to equal convert to Boolean split data 1. Beautiful. Dat, our next one is master. Now master was a float, wasn't it? Shit, so why did I declare it as a bool? So float dat master wants to equal... yeah, we would need... I don't know whether you can convert to float or you need to pass a float. I can never remember. Yeah, you can't convert to float. I think it's something like pass. Float.pass. Yeah, there it is. Okay, float.pass split data 2. Another float is dat sfx, which is our next one. Float pass split data 3. Our next float is dat music. God damn it, I thought that would autocomplete for me, but it didn't. Alright. Our next one is a slider look mouse x, so it's a float. So we've got look x, well, mouse x. Mouse x. There we go. Our next one is mouse y. Equals. There we go. If you put equals, it autocompletes. Dat pad x. Sometimes the autocomplete's really helpful, actually. I do shout at it a lot though when it gets things wrong. Pad Y, it's like having a weird... It's like having the worst assistant ever, right? An assistant that never listens to you. It's like it gets some stuff right. It's like when it's really dumb stuff, it's like, okay, you can open doors and not walk into walls and stuff, and, you know, fetch a glass of water every now and again. But as soon as I need to, like, go off script, you actually hinder me. You actually get in my way. It's so funny. Right, our next one is a toggle. So we've got a bool. So this one is dat pad prompts. Okay, and then the final one is a bool, which is show controls. All right, there we go. So 11 chunks of data. Does that add up with these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It does. Beautiful. Okay, so that's everything accounted for. So now we have our values, so we can go ahead and pass those to their respective controls next. And then all we need to do is apply those to the individual objects that they need to be applied to. Okay. Is that all? Okay, so we can see these are the object names right here, so that's good. And we can see what order they want to be in. All right, so it should be pretty straightforward. We should just be able to say full screen dot is on equals that full screen. Look at that. Hee-hee! Same for bloom. So bloom is on equals that bloom. Ooh, autocomplete's kind of figuring this out. Look at this. Hee-hee! Okay, so master is called master. Master current value equals that master. Look at that. It knows what I want to do. Ooh, that's helpful. Oh, look at that. It knows what I want. This is why it's a good idea to be consistent and to have good naming conventions, because like this is actually really helpful. It's able to guess what I want because I've named my variables correctly, right? So it's like, oh, okay, I can see music belongs to music and SFX belongs to SFX, and so it's guessing correctly, right? But if you hadn't named your variables quite as consistently as I have, it's not going to have a clue what to do. So it's another good reason for one more point scored for good variable naming. Current value equals that mouse x. Look at that. Look pad x. Look at that. It's really nice when it figures it out. It's really nice. Okay, and then pad prompts. Is it going to get this one? Is on. It got it right. Yep. Show controls. It's our final one. Is on equals that show controls. Hey, autocomplete's actually, when it's good, it's great. I'm not going to lie. That saved me a lot of time. That did save me a lot of time. Okay, so we're getting far too excited by all of this. Right, it's getting dark as well, have you noticed? I'm getting darker and darker. Fading out. I'm fading out without a doubt. That was my Liam Gallagher impression. Okay, so we still haven't actually applied settings though.
Why did the computer go to the doctor?
I don't know.
Because it had a virus.
That's your new Scarecrow joke, I know. Help me. Please help me. How is it the weekend already? That's what I want to know. How has that happened? Okay, so the final step is now, this one's the trickiest part. And this is the part I'm trying to figure out if there's a better way to do it. It's kind of too late now. But in hindsight, what I should have done is I should have made a public function in this script that talks to each control for each of the UI elements it respectively controls. And then as you're updating the UI elements, those UI elements should be calling the public scripts within this daddy script, let's call it, right? Rather than the weird ass little way I've been doing it. But the weird ass little way I've been doing it is the way I've always done it, that's why. But this is big brain. This is a much bigger brain way of doing it. So unfortunately, I think I am going to have to repeat myself up to a point. I mean, we could change it. It's not too late to change it. But I don't know. I mean, the sliders, I don't mind. Like, the sliders are automatically adjusting the volumes on their own, and that's fine. Honestly. Full screen is on is really easy. All right, let's just go through each one. So full screen. Well, what I'll do is if I haven't already done it on the little individual child control, then I'll make it a daddy function that this thing does, and then we'll call the daddy function from here, and we'll call the daddy function from the child. Stop saying daddy function. That's so weird. All right, full screen is on, so we can say screen. Full screen equals that full screen. So that one's easy, right? We just simply pass that full screen to screen.fullscreen. Bloom is on is slightly different. So what we have to do to turn bloom on or off. So again, we don't have this yet. So let's make a daddy function for it. I wasn't supposed to say that again. Can't help it. I kind of like that now. Daddy function. All right. Should we call it Daddy Bloom? Daddy Bloom. Daddy Bloom. I'm crazy like a plume. What about Daddy Bloom? God damn it, I messed it up. All right. So basically we'll do set bloom, which takes a bool. Let's just call it value. I'm crazy like a fool. What about Daddy Cool? Why doesn't it like set bloom? Method must return a type. Oh, because we never made it a void, that's why. I wondered why it was avoiding me. I'm sorry. No, don't say it. I'm sorry. Okay, I can't help it. I don't know why I keep doing that. I think it's because it was in the show. So there's a show I've been watching that I don't watch much TV. It's so rare that I watch TV. But I kind of like have been feeling burnt out, so I've been looking for things to watch. And a new season of this thing started up called Shrinking. It's got Harrison Ford in it. And I enjoyed the first season. And when I saw that was back on, I was like, oh, okay, I'll watch that because I enjoyed the first one. And that's the first time I'd heard that in fuck knows how long. Sorry, not sorry. And even in the thing, they were like, oh, that's so not cool anymore. Like, it's like from the 1990s or whatever. But then they did it and it's like, you know what? It's cool again. And since I saw that, now I keep doing it myself. And I'm like, oh, shit. I can't stop. Anyway, whatever. Set bloom. They only did it once in the show as well, but now I'm like saying it 100 times a day for some reason. So set bloom, boom, bool val. So we set a bool val. So what we can do here is we can say set bloom. And we can pass that bloom to the set bloom function. So then when we go to our bloom script, yeah, see the eyebrows? When we go to the bloom on off toggle switch, we can call this daddy function to set the bloom. But first of all, the daddy function needs to know what to do. So bloom is a script that runs on my main camera. So we can say main camera. There it is. There is no bloom. Has that got its own namespace or something? Damn it. Some Japanese dude made that on GitHub. It's really good, actually. Let's see how he made it. What did he do? What did he do to it? What did you do? You crazy fool. I'm crazy like a fool. Somebody stop me. Oh my god, where is... I don't even know where it is. Oh, there it is, Bloom. Bloom, it is called Bloom. It's got to have its own namespace. Oh, Kino. Is that because it's cancer? Oh no, that's chemo. No, it's actually really good. Respect to the guy. He did a good job. So I guess we need to be using Kino. So dumb. Right, whatever. Enabled equals val. If bloom is true, then it's on. If it's off, then it's false. So there you go. That's our big Daddy Bloom. Alright, should we go to our bloom script as well? And have it toggle? We could do, right? We might as well. So if we say if... This thing doesn't have access to its settings, though. I don't really want to link them all. It's kind of... It's not really part of the controller, though, is it? It's part of system, though. Okay, let me teach system about it. Was it menu settings? Yeah, menu settings. I'm just going to call it settings. I'm crazy. Shut up. Okay. So now I can say if a label equals bloom, then system set. Do we not have system? How dare you not have system? How dare you? We'll launch it. Fine, we'll launch it. So if we, why did we do it though like that? If we're only referencing one thing, I could, whatever, doesn't matter. I could have just referenced the thing directly, settings directly, whatever, it doesn't matter. System, I just like doing things this way, it's kind of cool. It's like my new toy. System.settings, kind of is actually. And then what was I doing? Set bloom. Yeah, set bloom to is on. There we go. I need to remember though. Now I need to remember that all my toggles, all my naughty little toggles. Where are my naughty little toggles? You're a naughty little toggle. So where's your system? What are you complaining about? Menu settings do not contain a definition for set bloom. We talking about? Yes, it does. Are you doubting me, Unity? Are you doubting me? You better not doubt me. You know what'll happen. I'll get the broom out. I'll get the stick out. Give you a good spanking with it. Alright. No, Unity would like that, I think. Okay, so naughty little toggles. We've got this one, this one. That's a slider. So it's basically this one, this one, this one, and this one. The top two and the bottom two, I think it is. Make sure we link our system manager on that. Okay, on to the next. Where's the next? What is next? We've already done the first two. Can you believe how long it's taken me to do the first two? It's because I'm acting like a fool. I'm crazy. Let's shut up. I swear to God. Oh my God. Somebody stop me. Please. Somebody lock me up in a cage. Please. Preferably with a hot young woman. I can't wish that on a poor... What did that poor woman do to deserve that? Right. Slider master. Slider master. Slider master, slider master, slider master, slider master. So, okay, now, yeah, so these ones, okay, these ones automatically adjust the volume anyway. So I'll just do it the way I did it in this, but we need 3 separate audio mixer groups. Let's do AG for audio group. I suppose audio mixer group. AMG. There we go. AMG audio mixer group. AMG master. AMG sound effects. AMG music. Yep. Autocomplete figured that out. Okay, but each one has a different variable. And it happens to be vol. Okay, yeah, we could replace the name. We can hard code it, it's fine. How did this work again? Jibbity wrote this for me, so I'm not quite sure. Okay, it's audio. It's the audio group dot audio mixer set float volume plus label to current value. So we want the first one is master, isn't it? So MG master set float volume master, and instead of current value, we use data master. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Doop doop, and then we got AMG. Is sound effect next? Yeah, sound effects is next, and then music. So this one is sound effects, and this one is music. And instead of that master, we want that sound effects, that music. Okay, beautiful. So now we're up to here. Now we've got look mouse X, look mouse Y. Look no further. Look no further. Just break that down so I can see where I'm up to. Look mouse X, look mouse Y. Yeah, so we already taught our controller, our third-person controller, to read the values directly from control, which is on system. So this one's pretty straightforward, actually. It's basically system control x mouse, or mouse x, there we go, equals dat mouse x. Okay. And then just keep on. Yep. Can you guess the rest of them? Can you guess the rest of them? Pad? No? Pad X? What do you think that is? Oh, good boy. What about this one? Ah, you know what I'm doing. You know. I'm far too excited by this. Okay, you've got to, if this doesn't excite you, then there's something wrong with you. What's wrong with you? Seriously. You're out there partying, taking drugs, having sex with women, and playing beach volleyball and making millions on yachts and Jesus, drinking champagne. What the hell's wrong with you? Why are you coding? Why are you making Unity games? What the hell's wrong? What a weirdo. Anyway, so let's see. Pad prompts and show controls. Pad prompts and show controls. Pad prompts, show controls. Yeah, so we haven't implemented these yet. This is why my brain is confused. I'm like, how do we do these? Well, we don't actually have settings for them, but they're both control scheme related, so we can teach our control. So in the same way that we added these variables for our third-person controller to inherit, read from, whatever. Look, words. Use your words. I'm tired. I'm getting tired. I've been tired all fucking day. I'm always tired. I need a good sleep. I do need a good sleep. Okay, well, we can't have one right now. We're going to finish this. We're going to finish this before it gets too dark, while you can still see me. Can you even see me? Am I disappearing into the night? I am. Oh, you don't want to stay. We better get this done before I turn back into a pumpkin. Okay. So we want two. So these are toggles, so we can store them as bools, right? So with the first one is pad prompts, which is, are we using DualShock prompts or Xbox prompts? So I'm going to call it prompts DS, so that I know what that means. And by default, we'll say false. Okay. The only reason we have to do that is because of the web limitations, because all web builds detect it as like a web game pad or something, so we can't actually detect what type of pad is being used, which is annoying. But still, at least we give this the option to change it. And the last one is going to be show controls. Do we want to show those control tips at the bottom of the screen or not? So show controls, which by default should be true. So then back at our daddy settings, where is he? There he is. Daddy settings. Now we can say prompt DualShock equals pad prompts. And we can say system control show controls equals, wait, hang on, that's not right. That should be dat. It should be dat something, shouldn't it? Dat pad prompts and dat show controls. There we go. And that's all of them. That is it. That is basically it. You little shit. Bloom is now affecting Bloom directly. Show controls. Yeah, the show controls and pad prompts aren't going to work yet because I haven't taught my interfaces about them yet. But that'll be next. But we now have like a daddy script to do them. So that should now apply those settings and load them. Well, no, this doesn't load them actually. Okay, so we're almost done. We're still not done. So in order to teach my cloud system about the new data type, I need to go in and add it in 2 places. So the first place, my data section, needs is here. So on a new game save, we need to set a template for a new player. And for settings, oh, this is where we would have default settings. Okay. We don't have any default settings. Oh, bollocks. We kind of do, though. So this won't load settings right now. So whatever my settings are right now, if I press play and I let it save, so I want to open my menu and then just close it. All these are the default settings. I don't know if does DualSense want to be the default settings? I mean, I think it's the better gamepad, honestly. But to be honest, X input is probably the most common one to have. I do want that to be on though. So if I just make sure that my default settings, I should probably have full screen off because I don't know if that might cause problems in places. I know that you get like a security warning on certain browsers if you try to set full screen automatically for them. It's kind of weird. Well, what was happening is if I tried to launch, when I was doing my mini games, if I tried to launch my mini games in full screen, it was giving me like a security warning or something. It was basically, it wouldn't run. It was giving me an error saying that like I didn't have authority or whatever. But then it lets me toggle full screen by players clicking buttons. So it might be one of those things where you've got to tap and interact with the app first before it gets the authority to do full screen. So we'll load settings after you go through that first menu, and then you decide whether you're doing a new game or continue. And then when we press play from there, that's where we'll load settings. So we'll find out, because full screen is going to be recorded as a setting. So we'll find out whether it goes into full screen automatically or not from there. If it doesn't, if it comes up with some security warning, it's a bit weird. I guess the way I could work around, if it has to be done when the user clicks a button, I don't even know how it would determine that, to be honest. But let's say it did for whatever reason. I could make that tap to play game, where it says tap to play game. We could do a quick check on the settings data and say, look, if it's set to full screen it now. If it's not, then don't. So there's ways around it, I think. I think it'll be fine, because like if it didn't let me full screen at all, then, you know, yeah, okay, it's probably a permissions issue or whatever, and we'd need to find workarounds for it. But from all my tests, it does full screen, but I think you've just got to interact with the app first. Because if you try to launch the app and then go full screen automatically, yeah, it says, fuck you, you don't have permission. I didn't actually say that, but it may as well have. Okay.
Bakakita says, your content is amazing. I'll be joining your next stream with some friends. Add me on Discord. Radon XP.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I don't have time for Discord right now, though. I gotta tell you that. So is Bloom turning Bloom on and off now? It's kind of hard to tell. I don't think it is, you know. Oh wait, I wasn't clicking it. We could check the camera. Is that being enabled and disabled? No, it's not. Okay, so that's not working, so we need to fix that. Or does it do it when settings gets closed? I don't know. Anyway, these should be the default settings, I think. So I'm going to close the window. Settings. Where is settings? And this will save our default. There it is. There's our default key value. So now I can just literally paste that into this, right? I can just put it there, and then we can say save pairs values at position 0, which is settings, wants to equal value. Boop, and there we go. Now we've got a blank settings. Now we've got a default settings value for the player, and then we just write that on a new game. So that's the first place I need to add it, and the second place I need to add it is here where we go through key pairs. So I need to say if pair key equals settings, let's see what it's called. Should be the same thing that the object's called. Game settings is what we called it. So we can say game settings. Then basically we want to put that value in settings number 0 and keep save pairs 0. And that's basically it. So what? Oh no, that's not entirely it. Okay, we still haven't. So we still haven't fed the settings data. This is where we would do it though, right? So given that, so like here, target tracker load state pair value. If we need to do anything additional, we do it here. So we do want to do something additional, and what we want to do is we want to say, now this is why I'm glad I added it. Ah, are you kidding me? We don't have system in here.
Let me share this joke with you.
We don't have system in here.
What was the pumpkin's favorite sport? Squash. LOL.
How do we not have system in here? I really don't know. That's kind of crazy that we don't have system in here. I'm going to add it because I'm sure we'll need it at some point. Okay. So here I can say system settings. It was apply settings, and then it wants the data. Which is pair.value. So we pass the keys value to apply settings. There you go. So now it should apply. Now it should load from the web, the cloud, Unity Gaming Services, cloud save. It should load the settings from where's cloud? Where the hell is cloud? There it is. There we go. System. All right, how are we looking? We're looking good. So that's all of cloud done now. That's it. Settings are done. Bloom wasn't going on and off. Let's see if we can figure out why Bloom wasn't going on and off. So Bloom is a control toggle, and we said set Bloom to the value of is on, true or false. Oh, we only did that on enable, that's why. Oh, okay. We didn't do it on enable. Okay, that's why it wasn't working. So we basically need to say system settings set Bloom, and we'll just directly say whether it's true or false. If it is on, then we set it to true. If it's not is on. Not is on. If it's not is on, then it's false. I'm crazy like a fool. Shut up! Ah! I'm driving myself insane. I'm the most annoying person I've ever met. Do you meet yourself? I'm fucking me. I don't know. People say you should face yourself. Is that the same as meeting yourself? Probably not. Do you meet yourself when you're born? I don't know. Do we ever really meet ourselves? Am I... Or can I say I've honestly never met myself? I don't know who that is. Most people don't know who they are. So they probably never did meet themselves if they don't know themselves. Shut up! Right, okay. Oh no! Okay, I forgot to assign something. So, oh my, yes, my mixer groups. In daddy settings. Oh my god, I swear to god. Somebody needs to stop me right now. This is ridiculous. There's my master. There's my sound effects. There's my music. Alright, let's try it now. It's because I've been listening to Placebo, and Placebo covered that song. I'm not like a T-Rex fan or anything. Yay! So we loaded our save data. Our mouse settings are way too sensitive, but that's the defaults. Our gamepad is fine, but we should be able to change that now. And if we look at something bright, you should see a difference. We should now be able to set bloom on and off. I mean, we don't actually have a way to open the menu yet. I haven't finished that. But if we open it manually and set bloom off, I don't know if you just don't notice the difference. Again, we can check the camera, right? Camera. There you go. Bloom is off. Wait, bloom's supposed to be on. What the fuck? Okay, so bloom went off and never went back on again. What the fuck? Did I make a mistake in my code? I know I would never make a mistake. I would never make a mistake, right? It says here, set bloom to true or false. I don't make mistakes. I might be a liar, but I don't make mistakes. Set bloom, bool, value. Cameraman, get component bloom, enabled, equals value. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, that should be turning bloom on and off. You don't really see that in here anyway. I don't know. Why is that not working? Are the other ones working? So let's have a look at our control. Show controls. That's not working either. Ah, why? Oh, I just realized I didn't put a distinction in here. Okay, that would be why. And what was our other toggles? Bloom. Oh, God. See the menu. Full screen. Do we do... Oh, Jesus Lord. Okay. Maybe it would be better, since I'm repeating myself, maybe here instead I should just say... I don't know, because this sets the values from the thing. Also, like, I don't even really know what... whatever. I am repeating myself more than I need to in here, but whatever. It's only a few things. Okay, if full screen. And did we do a daddy thing for this? Settings. Set full screen. That's probably a linked thing, though, isn't it? I don't remember doing a function for that. I remember doing a function up here somewhere. Apply settings. Set bloom. Honestly, it's not worth it. Just put it... This one's literally just screen.full screen. I'm just going to put it in the toggle directly. Because otherwise it's like passing it... It's like freaking... What do they call it? Chinese telephone or something. It's literally like passing it from around the world just to get it to do one little thing. Right. If label is full screen, and we already know the setting is on, then screen full screen equals true. If full screen, just copy that. And we already know that this one is off, then we set it to false. Okay, so that takes care of full screen and bloom. Can't believe we're still doing this. Gamepad prompts. Okay, one needs to say gamepad prompts with a small p and show controls with a small c. Yeah, so we still need to reflect the value that's in settings, so we still need it here. So we need if label equals gamepad prompts, then we can just say is on equals system control ds prompts ds. There we go. And to be fair, that works in all scenarios. Yeah, why didn't I just do that? Then I can just put it there. There you go. Problem solved. All this if equals true, false bollocks. What am I doing? I don't know. I'm tired. It's my excuse for everything. I am tired. I am. I don't know why you don't believe me. Why don't you believe me? Do I need to fall asleep on stream for you to believe me? Trust me, I'm tired. Show controls. Okay. Just copy this. And this needs to say show controls. Then is on equals system control show controls. And this now will work for this, which is why this should have just been a function, to be honest, but whatever. I can't be asked to change it now. There, that's fine. That should do it. settings are a bitch. They really are. Okay, so we should be able to turn bloom on and off. I don't know why this is the hill I need to die on. It just is. I need this to work. I need this to work so I can end the stream and go get another coffee is what I'm going to do and actually try and wake up. Yes! Hey! Bloom on and off. Look at that. Hee-hee! So let's just make sure, right? We'll turn bloom off. I can't really test these yet fully because oh, it won't let me change that to DualShock now. It won't let me turn that off either. Oh yeah, because I'm an idiot. Because I'm an idiot. Because I said the is on value is whatever it says in system controller rather than... Yeah, okay, I was wrong about that, to be fair. Because it's the other way around here, isn't it? Basically, that equals is on. It's the other way around. So that equals is on. I just got them the wrong way around. Like, I was right about the fact that I could just pass a bull to a bull, but the bull is the other way around. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. I hope you're following along at home. I hope you're making just as many mistakes as I am so that I can feel better about myself. Alright? Right, so bloom is off, probably because we left it off. Hopefully. So it must be working, right? Isn't that enough proof? What more proof do you need? So I'll put DualSense on, and I'll say show controls off. Now these don't do anything yet because I haven't taught my interface thing about them, but that'll be next. But I'm not doing that now. Okay, and then if we close settings, that should update and save to the server. Where's my menu? Where is my menu? There it is. So we'll come out and back into the game. The craziest part about all of this, right, is like 99% of players will probably never change a single setting. Will probably play the game for like 2 minutes and never come back. So all of this stuff will be completely redundant to them. It's like they won't even know about it. It's a thankless job. Okay, so what was I testing? I want to open menu and see if our settings. Yep, DualSense and show controls are off and bloom's back on. So basically wherever we leave these settings, they will revert back to wherever we left them, just like the rest of the game, which I think is really nice. I think it's really cool. And this applies to like cross devices, right? Well, once I get the ability to link the account and then you sign in to, so like I'm UID number 4, right? So if I wanted to finish the game now and then go and play on my mobile, I can log into 004 on my mobile, and even all these settings will be like how I like them. Okay, I think that's a wrap. 6 hours. That's not bad. 6 hours? What did we achieve in 6 hours? I mean, we made our menu a little bit prettier, right? I think that's not bad, actually. We made our menu a little bit prettier, but I did most of this last night. None of this does anything yet, but it will. And then we went and added a new settings menu from scratch. We made these nice little toggles. Volume sliders that control the volume in real time. Look sensitivity for both gamepad and mouse. Well, you know what we did. You were there. You were there. Watching the madness unfold. I think that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I am actually happy with that. I mean, the countdown hasn't even started yet. I should probably, which means I should probably go get some sleep. Unity web games. They still haven't even announced the rules yet. It doesn't even start for another 15 days. So, like, I think that's a pretty... I think I'm in a pretty good spot. I just hope I was allowed to work on it. Because if you're not meant to start working on it for another 15 days, then I guess I'm disqualified. But, the thing is, I noticed on here, you can upload... Like, this is like, you can literally just upload your web game and they'll just put it on here. So either way, if that happened, I'll still finish the game and I'll still upload it here because that's the whole point of this thing. But I would really like to actually enter it as part of the winter contest. I mean, that's literally why I called it Winter Games, right? And themed it around the winter and everything. So I really hope that I don't get disqualified. But it's like, it doesn't say anywhere... I mean, there's no rules right now. They still haven't given us the rules. No, there is some rules, but it doesn't say anything about not being able to start it before the start of the, you know, before this reaches 0. I don't think it's a race necessarily. The main things is it's like, okay, you've got to be like, you know, over 18 or whatever, and a solo dev, which I am. Nothing too offensive. And that's basically it. It doesn't really go into much more detail, to be honest. So hopefully I'll be fine. So yeah, there's like another 2 weeks before it even officially starts. So I think we're in a pretty good spot. It's looking pretty good. So even 2 weeks from now, like, I'm excited about what this is going to be. Because it's already looking pretty good. But I really should try and get some sleep. Or I'm going to burn out. But, like, I am getting sleep. It's just really weird. I'm just really sleepy for whatever reason. But I'm probably staying up a little too late. And I can never sleep in beyond like 9:30ish. It's too much of a light sleeper or whatever. So I should probably aim to get slightly earlier nights. I've always been a bit of a night owl. I think it's because I was sent to bed too early as a kid, and so now I try to make up for it, but like I stay up till like stupid o'clock. And it catches up with you after a while, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So obviously I'll keep doing some more of this off stream and keep working on it. There's some things I need to fix. There's plenty of bugs to fix. Ooh, definitely plenty of bugs to fix. Yeah, you can still buy hot dogs long after that event's finished, so interactables aren't disabling correctly. So I need to fix that. I need to wire up the completion of the targets to a cutscene that I made for that. I need to wire that up. The targets challenge is hit and miss. Hit and miss. Not you're joking, aren't you? With these aim controls, you can't help but hit. It's great. It's so good. So it's not really hit and miss, it's hit and hit. No, but it's hit and miss in the fact that for whatever reason, sometimes they just don't, the targets just don't come out. They're working now, but they don't always. So I need that to be consistent. Shit, I lost a life, didn't I? Damn it, I lost a life because I actually missed one. Yeah, but somehow I'm back up to 3 lives. That's so weird. Oh shit, I missed that one. I'm still on 3 lives? How is that happening? This thing is still bugged. I should be down to 1 life now. Somehow I'm back up to 3. I think what I need to do is each snowball needs its own unique serial number and government ID. And in that way I can make sure that, like, you know, the same snowball cannot redeem any extra points or lives no matter what it does. It'll be like, no, sorry sir, you've had your point. You've had your life back. You get nothing else from me. Too soft on these snowballs, that's the problem. Shit, what happened there? Oh, they started speeding up. I probably just didn't get there in time. Ah! Okay, game over. I got 52 points. It's not bad. 52 is not bad. This is so fun. What? How did I miss that one? This is rigged. I bet I can get this one from all the way over here. Honestly, the snowball calibration is unreal. It's unreal. It's actually Unity, but it's so good. Okay, I missed that one, but I purposefully scuffed my shot. That one hit though, even though I let the thing slip off. It's just so good. Took some time to get it this good though. Okay, there's still 10 more targets. 10 more targets. 10's quite a lot. Here we go. Oh, they're all down this street, I think. Yeah. Did that second snowball hit the one I was walking past? That's so funny. They're like homing missile snowballs. That's the thing, they're actually not though. They don't like it's all physics. It's all physics as well. I don't once like cheat and actually I mean, yeah, it's all physics, but it's I kind of cheat with where the physics like aim towards and stuff in a way. It's like I have some like really nifty aim assist stuff happening. There we go, that's all of them. 34 targets. Guru V. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. Get some coffee, get some more coffee. So yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow, and this is looking pretty good. Oh, I could do with a sleep. I don't know about coffee. All I want to do is have some sleep. Maybe just an hour doesn't have to be too deep. Alright, I'll leave it there. I'll be back on tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.
I'm here to assist, not to roast.